Good to see you.
Good to see you. Saw you last night, but somehow.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the Digital Competition Conference, which has brought together researchers, policymakers, businesses, and civil society groups to discuss the frontier of technology and competition policy. Needless to say, these are complex and challenging topics involving nuances of technology, and antitrust law, and economic analysis, among many other factors. And yesterday had terrific sessions on the content that's critical for building sophisticated AI models, the changing international regulatory landscape, institutions that are central to competition policy, the intersection of competition with privacy and security, and how participants in tech markets act. Today, we're going to continue with a stellar lineup of sessions, and those will address antitrust litigation developments, the search and advertising markets, how AI and competition policy affect each other, among other topics. And we'll also have a really exciting set of lightning talks over lunch, showcasing cutting-edge research on technology and competition. The day is going to conclude with an interactive session led by Jonathan Cantor, former Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division at DOJ, exploring theories of antitrust harm in the rapidly evolving AI ecosystem. Our first session today is a debate about technology market ecosystems and competition, featuring two thought leaders in the space, Fiona Scott-Morton and Yannis Lianos. Fiona Scott-Morton is the Theodore Nierenberg Professor of Economics at Yale and the School of Management. She also teaches at Yale Law School, now teaching antitrust law at Yale Law School. I didn't know they allowed economists to teach at law schools. Fiona's research just covers the waterfront of the economics of competition policy. She's been sort of a very influential figure in tech competition. In fact, my own research has been very significantly influenced by Fiona's work. She also has a distinguished career in public service, including previously serving as the chief economist at the Antitrust Division at DOJ. Yannis Lianos is a professor at UCL and also teaching at NYU. And at UCL, he's the chair of global competition law and public policy, and he founded and directs the Center for Law, Economics, and Society. He, of late, has been serving on the UK Competition Appeal Tribunal, and he previously served as president of the Hellenic Competition Commission. So a really stellar lineup to start the day, and I'll hand it over to Fiona and Yannis.
Okay, thank you very much for that very kind introduction. So Giannis actually has a sort of has a formal scholarship, a book in this area. So we're going to set this up that I ask him a question, and then either I respond to what he says, or if I don't respond, he asks me a question, and we go back and forth like that. And then Xander will tell me when it's time to stop. Okay. So we're going to start out with what is an ecosystem. This term is bandied about a lot these days in competition enforcement. And I think there might be a variety of views on what it actually is. So why don't you begin? And I have one slide. Giannis has several slides, so we'll hope that the people in the back
So
can
maybe I can
manage with
just
that.
show,
Yeah.
this slide here, I mean, which is a little bit what you said, Fiona. And first, thanks a lot for the organizers, for the invitation today. And whatever I say today is my own personal views, not of course the views of the tribunal. Let me say that, oh, I don't know why it goes back. I think, it is a concept that has appeared in a way in our competition law discussion, I would say early 2020, 2019, but it has appeared in some of the reports that were commissioned in the past. And you can see in this slide the number of times this was referred to in the reports. Now, most of the reports, they refer to this as a descriptive term, somehow to explain what is exactly, the ecosystem of Google or Apple, the major big tech companies. I don't think they engage with an operational concept of ecosystem as such. I think maybe one of the exceptions is the BRICS report, which has been focusing a lot on ecosystem competition and particularly ecosystem power. But still, I think at the time these reports were published, there wasn't really any academic writing in computational economics about ecosystems. So most of the research was coming from business strategy literature, dating from the 1990s. I mean, it started then being used more like a metaphor in a way of how the economy works, particularly to explain the modularity of the various, different self-production functions, and then how, different ecosystems started to emerge. But then I think there has been a quite important effort by the business strategy literature in the late 2017, 18 to define the concept of ecosystem. So there are many definitions.
Sounds dangerous.
Yeah, it's always dangerous to define, but in a way, to make sure that we all talk about the same thing, which I think is one of the issues. And I think probably the most important paper with regards to that is that by Michael Yakovidis, Annabel Gaver, and Sanamo, who define ecosystem as following. It's basically a group of firms, which are independent firms. So it's a third-party ecosystem, which deals with, has super modular complementarities, and I will explain a little bit what it is. And to a certain extent, it requires the existence of some governance structure, some alignment structure to bring together these firms that co-produce value. And in a way, I think there are four elements here that are very important. The fact that you have, independent firms, so it's not really, a supply chain in a normal way. Secondly, that you have some super modular complementarities, which means that there are, assets or capabilities that are brought together. And because they're brought together, they are creating important value. And actually, the value that they generate together is much more than the value they will generate separately to a certain extent. And that is, the super modular characteristic of the ecosystem. And also that you have some form of alignment structure, some kind of governance that somehow brings all that together. Now, that was a term that, of course, has to be understood in the objective of that literature is somehow, it's not really about the social value or how, the social value is allocated. It's more about, how the firms can develop profitability. And I don't think that literature engaged with the possible externalities of ecosystems. So I think part of that, of the discussion of competition authorities on the topic led to some economic work on ecosystems. But I think the idea is a little bit old even in economics, because you can think about, sometimes, some Vives work, Xavier Vives' work back in the 1990s
I mean,
about
these are just
supermodularity.
complements. We would just say in
Exactly.
economics, this isn't a new idea. These are
Yeah.
firms producing complements, and therefore
But-
together they have a greater value.
They have a greater value. So, but in a way, this focus on supermodularity, which I think was present in economic literature in the 1990s, wasn't necessarily, I think, used that much in competition enforcement with regards to, the big tech platforms. And somehow the concept of ecosystem led to, I guess, some more emphasis from the lawyers on the way actually, these companies might generate value. These are complex systems,
Yeah.
and therefore we cannot apply just,
Yeah,
simple
so let me
economic
pause there. I
system.
don't think that competition authorities care so much about how a group of firms together generate value as much as thinking about the topics we're going to get to in a minute, like market definition, theories of harm.
Well, I mean, the way the value is captured and the
Yep.
way the value is generated, I think that is a concern as well for competition authorities.
You have to understand that to do your theory of harm. Yes. I
Yeah,
agree.
in order to either, do the theory of harm, or even at the earlier stage to determine, what is the topos of competition, where the competition takes place, right?
Yep.
So because it can take place in product markets, right, which is fine, and we have actually substitutability tool to define that. And I think there's no question that this is absolutely important. But then also you have levels of competition, either between ecosystems where I think substitutability is still very relevant, but then also you have competition within ecosystems, and I will come back to this, where actually substitutability might not necessarily be the right concept to deal with that. So in that, I think was the gap to a certain extent that competition authorities started filling the walls in the economic literature at the time. And by using the term ecosystem, which was actually an empty concept at the time, because I mean, there was actually literature coming from business strategy, saying one thing, then you have this old economic literature about modularity. But then, there was just feeling that something was missing, that it wasn't representing the power to a certain extent of these companies, right? And particularly the gatekeeping role, the rule-setting role that they had.
Yes.
And that is, I think, the problem that led us to think, oh, we need a concept for that. And the concept of ecosystem appeared naturally to a certain extent. It could have been another concept, but it was actually on offer, and we used this one. So it's a term, it's a concept that I think now it starts to get a little bit of operational kind of validity and momentum, exactly. But I think we still have a lot of work to do.
May I put up my graph?
Sure.
So I don't know if the people
Thank
in the back can do that. No, don't worry, they'll switch it over. Yeah, so let me just say from the economist perspective, the idea of course, firms producing complements has been around for a long time. I would say that the distinction with an ecosystem is that you've got multiple firms, and in particular, usually there's a governance, but one of them's more important than the others. And in the digital platform case, it's the firm that's running the operating system typically, because we have an applications layer, we have consumers of various kinds, we have different functionalities that are going to be all connecting through, or either directly or indirectly through the operating system. I'm just waiting. There we go. That was it. There, that's it. Okay. Here is a figure from a paper I wrote with Susan Athey a few years ago called Platform Annexation. And the graph on the right is just a visual of what I said. So you've got an incumbent platform, and then you've got third-party firms. That's very important. So if you're Apple and you're vertically integrated, Apple does have third-party firms making other things, but for instance, the device and the operating system are one. Here, if you thought about Windows or if you thought about Android, the device and the operating system are not one. Here's an example of platforms in the middle, an incumbent platform, and then maybe competition between platforms. And then there's tools on each side, there's buy side, there's a supply side. We could have more sides if we wanted to. And all of those firms are creating value together. And in this setup, I've got 3 platforms and there's nobody particularly in charge. So you could think about something like electricity in the United States, where you've got generation and transmission, and then you've got builders who put plugs in your house, and then there's a whole bunch of firms that make fans and computers and hair dryers and the other electric mixers, all the stuff that plugs into the other side. What's the governance of that ecosystem? It's the government, because the government either has running the restructured electricity market, is choosing the voltage that's allowed, is setting the plug shape, or the independent, the SSL has the plug shape. So there isn't anybody to behave strategically and take over that ecosystem. It's set by that governmental third party. The ones we're talking about today, the problem arises because you have a for-profit corporation owning, let's say, the incumbent platform, and if you got rid of the substitute platform and the entering platform in this diagram, it could be a picture of any of the digital platforms we've talked about today. So that then leads us to the possibility of very interesting strategies. I will disagree with Johannes and say I don't think the economics literature and the strategy literature are at odds in any way. Normally, the way it works is the strategy people notice something in the world, write an airport book about it, and then some clever economist like Julian comes along and writes a model of something. And so they're not different. They're just kind of different language.
I'm neither a business strategist nor economist.
Yeah,
so I
the
can't-
law, I have no opinion about what the lawyers do with this.
I can't comment on that, but the feeling, we had though, in our discussions, because, this is a concept that has been discussed a lot, also in the context of the adoption of the DMA. I mean, even if it doesn't appear in the DMA, there was actually a lot of discussion in the negotiation of the DMA concerning Article 3, which defines, what is a gatekeeper, and particularly there is a paragraph 8 of Article 3 that, apart from the quantitative thresholds that you have, has some qualitative factors that actually for the first time now, the commission has engaged with that, particularly with the cloud, because it's a way also to define what is a gatekeeper. And there was a discussion there about, putting ecosystem as one of the characteristics of a gatekeeper. That was rejected by the commission at the time, so they preferred to discuss about vertical and conglomerate type of links. But
Now, can I just ask you about that? That seems very surprising to me because the whole DMA is built around this idea that there are business users and end users.
Yeah.
So by definition, once you have business users, you have an ecosystem.
Yeah, but I think the worry was that it was a new concept. It wasn't entirely clear, what exactly will mean. And they were not also, and I think they were afraid that companies might come up and say, well, we are not orchestrating an ecosystem, therefore we're not a gatekeeper. And that's an argument that actually TikTok used was designated actually by DANS, particularly for certain core platform services. It appealed to the court, and there, they said, well, we're not, orchestrating an ecosystem. What are you talking about? And the commission, the court basically accepted and said, well, there's no, requirement to orchestrate an ecosystem so as to be considered as a gatekeeper. So it can go both ways. And actually, I think the concept, and I will come back to that, can be used both from the plaintiff side and, competition authority side, but also it has been used a lot as well by the defense side. Although, I will explain, that the arguments they're using is very, very different and has, somehow, talk past each other sometimes. And
So tell me about this defense side argument.
so in a way, so if I can actually show one slide, if
Yep,
I, sorry,
yep.
I
Just
a
go
little bit
backwards.
fast.
Yep.
All right. So yeah. So basically, if you think about what is, competition in the context of ecosystem, actually, I borrowed this slide from my co-author, Bruno Carballa, who is an economist. So, so there are 3 types of competition that we might think about. And competition here, I'm not necessarily thinking of this as, cross, like suscitability. For me, competition is, it's a social process, and I use a sociological definition, which is very old, basically. It's a social process in which you have economic actors, rivals, put on display their rivalry to conquer, convince an audience, right, or a third actor. This is Georg Simmel's definition back in, early 20th century. And basically, this, audience, the third actor can be consumers, can be investors, can be labor, can be whatever you want. So from that perspective, you can think of, you have competition between ecosystems, and there's a lot of discussion between, if Google and Apple are, substitutes.
So that's the lower right.
Exactly, that's a low right. And this is a little bit the arguments that many of the companies use by referring to ecosystem. And particularly, you can think of the Amex case, which is like the idea of the transaction platform. Why transaction platform? Because it competes with Visa and MasterCard.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
you
an
have this-
MFN is problematic if you think you're competing between ecosystems, but we'll leave that to the
Yeah,
side.
I mean, of course, yeah, but
And then the top left
Then the-
is the two games competing for a user's attention within one ecosystem.
within the ecosystem, so you have, this is between ecosystems, you have two forms of within ecosystems competition. The first one, which is still, based on substitutability, because it's actually the ecosystem
As is the lower
orchestrator.
right.
Yeah, as is
Yeah,
the right.
okay.
The ecosystem orchestrator, who is at the same time a platform and a merchant, and therefore competes with another merchant. And that obviously, is kind of familiar. And I think that the part of what I think is the gap that we have is that within ecosystem competition that goes beyond substitutability.
Okay, so that's the lower left.
That's
I
the
don't
lower left.
understand that one.
So let me explain that. I mean, so usually complements have not been considered in the classic business strategy, like order, as a force of competition, a force that might constrain profitability, all right? It's not among the five forces.
It is because
Well,
substitutes are one of his forces and the flip of substitutes is complements, so.
yeah, well.
Economists would say it's in there.
Well, substitutes definitely are, all right? So you can actually have an existing firm, you can have actually a potential entrant, you can have actually some kind of bargaining power from
Well, so,
upside.
sorry, I have to stop you,
upstream, downstream.
just so that no one watching online is confused. The Porter five forces is about a demand curve and the space under the demand curve that's captured by the industry. He uses the word substitutes to reflect the demand curve. But in real life, it's just a demand curve, and anything that moves it counts as a force in the Porter framework. Complements move a demand curve, substitutes move a demand curve, wealth moves the demand curve, lots of things move the demand curve. So
Well,
it is there.
Well, that's not the view of Nalbuff and Brandenberger recently. I mean, in a paper they did, but
I'm
I
pretty
mean,
good friends
you
with
may-
Barry. I
You
think
may disagree, but.
he's on my side.
But
Yeah.
anyway, but the idea is that to the extent that you might have a complement that first, the complement competes with the orchestrator, right, with regards to the surplus value generated by the ecosystem. So who's going to get most of the surplus value?
Right. There's competition to extract the pie that is jointly
Exactly.
created.
So, and I think, that's an aspect that is not related to substitutability, okay? At least in the classic way. And secondly, you might have a complementer that is now a complement, that is now actually generating value, but, it might develop to, become basically through innovation or through the better technology or through, the development of, the consumer demand that's basically moving, towards, to become basically a disruptor, right, towards the orchestrator. And so this is a kind of within competition, within ecosystem competition that is not captured.
Yeah, I would
by
call it
substitutability.
dynamic, maybe, the dynamic
Well,
theory, because it's
part of
not
it-
happening instantly.
Yeah, part of
right?
it is dynamic, because, the second aspect, the first aspect is not necessarily dynamic, because it's actually about the capture of the value. It might be dynamic to the extent that you think that, well, we need to have the complementers also being able to make a buck and therefore, invest on R&D and develop innovation, et cetera. Or, you might have other reasons to value them. I mean, it could be, well, because they are offering, some choice or whatever, you can actually have different parameters. But certainly it's not something that is always dynamic, right? And I think this is probably the aspect of competition that the concept of ecosystem, I think, might provide some added value with regards to the concept of market definition, because it helps you to basically focus on that. And the thing is that, the defense in a certain way, they will always try to play with the ecosystem concept to bring the discussion under inter-ecosystem competition. I mean, the down right? And this was exactly the case, in Amex. This is exactly what what happened, in the Epic versus Apple, Epic versus Google. It's exactly what happened. It's basically in all the cases, in Google Android, or, there's
Yeah.
every time like this. While I think the other dimension of the concept of ecosystem, which has been used mostly by the competition authorities, but because, they haven't really conceptualized that fully so far, they have been relying a lot on the concept of aftermarket, right? Single product aftermarket. Is they basically try to use that concept, which was not developed with, the idea of a ecosystem at the time, in order to deal with the situations of capture that you do have in the left down, right? And I think that's a kind of, when you look at the narratives of the cases, these are the two competing narratives, which I think is a little bit narrow. I mean, from the perspective of the competition authorities and eventually the courts, this use of the concept of aftermarket.
Yeah.
In a way, and I think it's better to just directly, use the concept of
Yeah,
ecosystem.
okay. All right,
Sorry,
so
I've
let
been
me
a little bit long
respond.
on
Yeah,
that.
let me respond to that. I would say that the two theories that you describe in the lower left are actually quite distinct from the economist perspective. One of them is a competition story, which is a dynamic competition, which is I am a complementer on a platform in an ecosystem, and I have such a good idea that I'm growing and I'm going to morph into something that either disrupts your platform or becomes a new platform. So if you look at the state's complaint in what was then the Facebook case, the one that the judge said states are not sovereign entities and they don't get to they have a statute of limitations like regular people. So threw it out. But that, and I was, I didn't do my disclosures. I was the expert for the FTC, sorry, for the states in that case where the FTC kept going, but the states were shut down. And I don't think I have any ecosystem theories. I do consulting for governments and for private parties. I'm the economist for the class representative in the UK in a Google ad tech case, but I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's much to say about ecosystems there. So going back to my point, the complaint that the states filed against Facebook in 2020 has exactly this dynamic theory of harm. It says, look, you could be Vine, for example. Facebook's trying to make its platform more interesting. It has games and things that you can do on it. Those are provided by third parties. They connect, they have APIs. And when one of them gets too good and exciting and seems to be forming its own social network, Facebook cuts it off because they're exactly afraid that that thing could take off and become its own separate source of competition. So I think that's a very good and sensible, easy to describe theory of harm. The question of when all the complementers come together and create value, how do they split it? That's a very important issue, but it's not the same as competition the way we think about it in antitrust and competition economics. It's about considering your added value, and this is where the Brandenburg-Nailbuff work is so important, and they call it dividing the pie, and it essentially has to do with what the size of the pie is if you leave. So if you provide a game on a platform and there's a zillion games just like you, if you leave that ecosystem, nothing really happens to the size of the pie. So you can expect to get not very much, get paid very little for your contribution because your contribution at the margin is small. On the other hand, if you're a really unique and distinctive game that millions of people love and they go to the platform to get that game, then if you withdraw from that ecosystem, that's a big blow, and that means that the ecosystem loses, and therefore you are going to get paid your marginal product, which is your contribution to the ecosystem. That's a well-established literature, but I would not call that the same as the competition that we normally think about.
I mean, it's not the competition that the economists normally think about, but it doesn't necessarily mean that lawyers shouldn't think about that kind of competition, right? So, and what I would like to say is that, think about, and there's a lot of work by Barabasi, for instance, and other, network science people about, the hubs, in a network. So the network is not really that everyone is equal, right? So you have some very, very important hubs. And when these leave, that could be a major change, right? And I think that is something, therefore, we should care about, right, to a certain extent. And that is, I think, and that's why I think to deal with the issue of ecosystem competition, of course, we need economists, right? But we also need other people as well. Maybe, social network theories. I mean, business strategies, of course, Michael will be very upset if I don't say that it's very important as well for competition enforcement. So, and it's because, basically we need to develop, graph theory, et cetera, which is kind of pretty classic in network science, in order to be able to develop this lattice, this kind of network, right? And understand, the competitive interaction that happening, because the value here might be, and the source of the value doesn't necessarily mean that it's a profit in the classic sense, right? It can be asset, stocks evaluation, right? It could be, how much you're positioning, in that network, in that lattice, and the fact that you are actually, the way the complementarities work, what you're bringing in, your capability is super modular, right? What the others are trying to do is to commoditize you and basically to make sure that they become super modular, right? But that's a kind of competition that drives, I guess, the real competition because, this is really, the importance of, market valuation, who is going to be the positioning in the, the central position in that lattice in a way. And I think that's a kind of incentive, basically, that framework that CEOs have, right? So when they adopt competitive strategy. So if we ignore that, it's as if we ignore a significant
No,
part
nobody's ignoring
of
it.
their, no, I'm not saying, I'm not accusing anyone to ignore, but I'm saying if we ignore it abstractly, it might be, an issue. So we're not necessarily going to have to deal with real competition. We probably
Yeah.
deal with a 101 economics competition, but it's not necessarily what we're interested in.
Okay, I would say that what we always care about in competition is head-to-head competition. That's the thing that drives consumer choice and price quality and innovation. Sometimes head-to-head competition is disrupted or affected by adjacent markets, related markets. And here you have that on steroids. You have several related markets. So it is certainly the case that when we're developing our narrative of our theory of harm, we have to take into account the way those markets interrelate. And so let's just do a theory of harm, because I feel like we've been talking in the abstract for a while. Let me go back to my picture. So this is a picture, if you got rid of well, don't get rid of anything. If you took that picture and just thought about Google Ad Tech, for example, you would say there was a tool and it was called DoubleClick for Publishers. And that tool multi-homed across multiple ad exchanges. And the publishers therefore could seek out the best deal, high price, better placement, whatever it was that they valued. And when you have that tool be bought by Google, the demand side on the other side of the market, and it could then make that tool cease to support multi-homing and instead be better integrated with its own ad exchange, more liquidity, faster times, fees for the other ones. Then what you get is, instead of a tool that's working on behalf of publishers, you have a tool that's working on behalf of Google, and that disrupts this otherwise pretty good ecosystem that was there before into something that is controlled by the dominant platform and reduces the surplus going to other parties and excludes other kinds of competition like the substitute platforms. So that's a way to articulate a theory of harm, taking into account the market reality that we have this complicated set of complementers all jointly producing a valuable product. So that's where I would go with it. I don't often see the gain to a lot of definitions and formality, because then you spend all your time on that and not on trying to explain what actually happened that harmed somebody.
I agree with that. I mean, in the sense, yes, but the problem is that courts, usually competition authorities less, they are focusing a lot on the market definition aspect of cases, right? And that is sometimes might seem contradictory to a certain extent, right? I mean, I don't want to make any criticism, et cetera, but I mean, look to Epic Apple, Epic Google, same court, actually saying, well, we're consistent. doesn't look extremely consistent to me, but I mean, it's, personal view, not offense to the court. So, and I think, maybe having this concept of ecosystem and actually helps you to just focus on the power element, which I think is the important thing, what type of power we're talking about.
Did the publishers want to have their multi-homing disrupted? Probably not.
Yeah, exactly. And when you think about power, and I think I have something to show.
Just go backwards.
Go backwards there.
Yeah.
Let me just
Mhm.
see. Yeah, so if you think about power, I mean, you can actually, the power the concept of power we have is based on economic dependency, right? And that's the kind of a class, and I think it's very, very useful. What actually we're saying in a paper with Bruno Cabala is that there are other forms of power as well that we might be interested in. Particularly, the fact of, which the positioning that you have in the network, right? How much access to information you have.
So you have it written down in one of our prep questions about measuring market power. Do you have some ideas about that here?
Well, I mean, that's why, I'm saying it's not going to be a call that only economists from social scientists will answer, but eventually other social scientists as well. So I've been starting doing work a little bit, but it's too early with network scientists and, using graph theory to eventually understand the position of network. In our paper with Bruno, we use actually classic betweenness centrality type of concepts. And we actually applied that to a real case at the Greek authority with regards to supermarkets and suppliers, which is kind of a simple ecosystem to a certain extent, and to try to assess the positional power. But I guess, so what I would like is a discussion to focus not so much about the market definition, like the sort of pigeonholing things.
I don't think that's,
but basically on the power elements, and then being a little bit, but the course, as far as I understand, particularly in the US, they are very much, spending a huge amount of energy and resources on market definition.
Yep.
In Europe, I think, and I have to say, it wasn't easy to bring in the concept of ecosystem in the European competition law discussion. But, there has been some significant progress. I mean, we have the recent European Commission market definition notice that was adopted in 2024, negotiated in 2022, actually. It has a specific now section on digital brackets, because the idea is that, well, we discuss, it's not just about the digital economy.
right,
And
of course.
many of the platforms, are hybrid as well. Right? So it could be for any, I mean, Nespresso can also be like sort of
Yep.
an ecosystem, right?
Well, although if they make their own pods, then maybe not.
Well, but they rely not only on their own pods. I mean, they also have compatible, pods, etc. So, but again, still, if you look at the way the Commission defines it, it actually focuses on consumption complementarities, while, I think it's important to focus on both consumption and production complementarities. So I think that is an issue. And also, they basically very much inspired by this aftermarkets kind of narrative, which, I mean, it could be interesting for one part, I mean, one dimension of power, but it's very much resource dependency type of power, and it doesn't necessarily, capture other forms of power that we discuss in our paper, like, for instance, positional power. So, so that, I think, is an issue. Now, and interestingly enough, the Court of Justice now engages with the concept of ecosystem. I mean, in the General Court, we'll see what the Court of Justice will say. I mean, there's a General Court in the Google Android case, where basically they're saying, well, an ecosystem is a collection of relevant markets. So it goes a little bit your way in the sense,
Yeah, no, this one
so they
makes sense
can't-
to me.
Exactly. So they can't really, avoid the relevant market concept. My question is, what exactly is the added value of that relevant market concept when you think about ecosystem? All right.
Oh, because the law requires it. So we
Well-
want a simple way to think about relevant markets, and we don't want to try to make the ecosystem as a whole the relevant market, or we are exactly going to omit a lot of the strategic behavior that we're worried is actually harmful.
But I don't think the law requires it. I mean, in Europe, the way
Sorry,
we
in the
define-
US it does usually.
In the US, yes, but actually, they define the concept of market definition as where you have the effective competition. All right, so some cases, particularly I think the Epic Apple case, they say where there's substitutability, they use a concept of substitutability, so that's pretty limited. In other cases, I mean, and definitely the Amex case, and there were a lot of criticism about that. I mean, they just don't, necessarily define that this is precisely about substitutability, right? They say is where effective competition happens. Effective competition might happen in a market, might happen in a system. And again, it's not necessarily in Europe. It's not, thank God, a requirement as such, to the extent that the concept of dominant position has been defined by the Court of Justice as the possibility to act independently from your competitors, customers, etc., which is a little bit broader. And although in the Commission guidelines on Article 1, the draft guidelines 102, they don't mention ecosystems at all. They focus on market definition. There was actually even the ECN, and I can talk about now, a declaration that we issued about the importance of market definition. But the language, actually, you have to be careful about the declaration. It's not really that it says it's necessary, right? It says it's helpful. Right?
Market definition,
Yes.
yes.
So there's more openness
Okay,
from that side, and I think and I would basically be in favor of what Breyer said in Amex. I mean, he's the dissenting opinion. I mean, you have direct evidence of anti-competitive harm. I mean, why do you
need to spend a lot of time on
to spend
definitions?
money on market
Yes,
definition?
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay, well, that seems like an excellent place to end.
Okay.
I think we're out of time. Are we just done? Are we taking any questions? We're done. Okay, we're done. Everyone get another coffee. Thank you very much. No, I do. I do. But they're dividing. They're not.
Yeah, it's about the division. I know this is not.
It's, you're maneuvering within your ecosystem to have the most value added so that you can extract the most. That's basically.
Okay, good morning. All right. Great to see everybody this morning. We're going to dive right into the next panel, which is actually, we're going to do 75 more minutes of just drill down more on demand curves. And just kidding. This is going to be on, the title of this panel is Building on Recent Antitrust Wins. I'm the moderator. My name is Luther Lowe. I'm the head of public policy for Y Combinator. And I guess what we're going to do here is, the format here, we'll have a quick lightning round, and then we'll get into the questions more deeply. But in that lightning round of the minute or so, if you don't mind, just doing a quick intro of yourself, and then also any disclosures you have. I guess my disclosure is I kind of work full-time agitating for more scrutiny of the larger tech platforms to create some oxygen for little tech. And so that's my role in all this stuff. Not a lawyer, not an economist, but excited about this conversation and building on recent antitrust wins. So we have had some real liability wins, but the remedies are where momentum has dissipated. What actually counts as a win now? And that's what this discussion is all about today. Let's start here with Doha. Give us an intro, tell us any disclosures you have, and answer the question, name one win that matters most, even if imperfect, and why, in 60 seconds. And then we'll go down the row here.
Great. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I'm Doha Meki. I am currently a senior fellow at the UC Berkeley Law School's Center for Consumer Law and Economic Justice. But beyond that, I'm much to the chagrin of my parents, basically a glorified antitrust gig worker, and basically spend all of my time agitating for a better environment for antitrust plaintiffs of all kinds. I testify in state houses and in the Senate. I help plaintiffs design better cases, help agitate for a better expert environment, and care deeply about these issues because before that I spent 10 years at DOJ, first as a trial attorney and leaving most recently as the acting head of the antitrust division, where I litigated a lot of the cases that we'll talk about here. A win, though imperfect, is that we helped pare back the overreading of Trinco. And I'll leave it there because we'll talk about it a lot today.
Adam?
Hi, good morning. Nice to be here with you all. My name is Adam Gitlin. I am the chief of the Antitrust and Nonprofit Enforcement Section of the District of Columbia Attorney General's Office. My disclosures, I think if it's not me, at least someone in my office is probably adverse to definitely just about every entity designated a digital market gatekeeper. It would be easier to list. I think maybe booking.com, we don't have anything against at the moment, but I think everybody else has been designated a gatekeeper. I'm either in active litigation against or somebody down the hall from me is. And needless to say, my views today don't reflect those of the Attorney General necessarily. One win that I want to flag, even if it doesn't feel always like a win, or it didn't at the beginning. So the District of Columbia, as I'll talk about, has probably litigated more digital platform or digital related antitrust cases right now than other states. In 2021, we filed a lawsuit against, we're the first government entity to file a lawsuit against Amazon. I'll talk about this briefly. But in short, the theory of harm there was based on, in part on policy Amazon had that was not necessarily written down as such. It technically did not impose a price floor, but it figuratively imposed essentially a price floor for third-party merchants that wanted to advertise on other platforms. We lost on a motion to dismiss because price floor wasn't written into the contract. And this is something you learn when you're educating state court judges who aren't used to some of these more complex concepts at the time. And that felt like a loss at the time because it really was. But on appeal, we kind of ran the table on Amazon and yielded for the first time, really, at least that I'm aware of, a substantive antitrust decision from DC state courts that we've since used to our success in other cases. And so since then, I think it has changed the dynamic of how we even think about whether or not we can bring antitrust cases in our courts, which for a variety of reasons can be better than bringing them in federal courts.
Austin?
Hi, my name is Austin Ostagai. I'm an assistant attorney general at the Office of the Tennessee Attorney General based in Nashville. like to first thank Alyssa and KGI for having me. This has been an awesome conference. Learned a ton yesterday. My role in the AG's office, I'm a line attorney and part of the Consumer Protection Division. So we tackle more than just anti-competitive conduct. We tackle unfair and deceptive conduct, UDAP claims, that sort of thing. My practice focuses primarily on complex litigation in technology and pharmaceuticals, primarily antitrust. So I do have my own biases. We have cases similar to Adam's shop against Google, Apple, all the bigs. And so, yeah, just to get the disclaimer out of the way, these are my views. They don't necessarily reflect the views of General Scrimeti or his office or the state of Tennessee. The win I'm here to talk about today, or one of the wins, is state and federal collaboration and enforcement. I'm pretty new to this area, but I get the feeling that this is an unprecedented time of collaboration, and it's sending a message to a lot of these big companies that, no matter how big you are, you're not above the law. And to have, the federal government bringing cases, but also 50 different sovereigns, I think that is a powerful tool, a very powerful tool. And so I'm excited to talk about that today.
Jason?
Hi, just building on that last point too, I just want to say that the collaboration, but also the learning from each other that we've seen across states, federal government, across the oceans on some very complex topics has been incredible. So Jason Kent, I run a group called DCN, Digital Content Next. I work exclusively for, and really we built this organization to be focused on the future of news and entertainment. And so I work for news and entertainment companies exclusively, big, small, from the New York Times to NBC, to Slate, to Vox Media, native digital companies, Hearst, et cetera. And so that's my disclosure. I'm a witness in some of the cases, and a room like this, a lot of people know me for strong views over the last decade on the concerns around competition and the intersection with privacy and data and the value there. And a lot of that's played out over the last decade. So you should know I took that job to kind of try to explain the real world of what's happening in the digital space and real concerns that came out of 20 years running and starting native digital businesses, basically, mostly in the sports space. So I saw kind of all this play out in the real world, if you will, including streaming the first Super Bowl timely back 12, 13 years ago. So back then people kind of understood in the rest of America what I did for a living, and now they don't as much. But anyway, I try to explain these concepts. In terms of a win, just kind of sticking to that theme of actual real world win, I do think the App Store cases, which are the furthest along, there's a real win there for the publishing community and news and entertainment creators, because Apple's no longer charging a revenue share at all. It used to be 15 or 30, depending on the nature of the transaction. It's will probably end up being something based on the appellate process, and then on Google's side, there's a settlement in play that it seems to be, it'll be somewhere between 0 and 9%, I guess I'd be fair in saying. And the difference between 0 and 9 versus 15 and 30 compounded for subscription relationships is just enormous. And so enough to pay for a newsroom at a lot of organizations, including local news. So it's a big deal. And the work on that's been incredible.
Thank you. Let's, Doha, start first with you. What are some of the non-obvious wins, whether we're talking about doctrine, operations, or coalitions? And what are the courts, where do you see the courts stepping away from Trinco?
Yeah, I mean, I think that one way it might not be obvious how the sort of paring back of Trinco really was constructed was that, this was a really sequential effort that we started at DOJ that was really built through an amicus strategy. Before, Google Ad Tech was filed in January 2023, there were efforts to file amicus cases, first in the FTC and states case against Meta. That ultimately was not successful. But there was a case out in the 10th Circuit called Chase Manufacturing that was not digital at all. It was a case against Johns Mansville, and it was about essentially a strategy to cut off a customer if it attempted to buy a product from a new upstart that threatened Johns Mansville. And we filed an amicus brief essentially saying that is well outside of the doctrine in Trinco, which was about whether a monopolist could unilaterally sort of refuse to deal with a rival. And the court ultimately agreed. And it was very important just to establish even that very small decision, a very humble win, to get courts starting to read, Trinco as a very limited doctrine, because for years, really for as long as I could remember, Trinco was sort of held up in policy circles, in conference rooms, in Congress, in conversations that really mattered, as sort of protecting very large incumbents in digital spaces and very consequential markets as essentially protecting a large company's ability to do essentially whatever it wanted. And then cases like Allied Orthopedic, about product design, cases like, Amex really just seemed to calcify that kind of understanding. And so by the time we were designing cases like Google Ad Tech and could really construct complaints to get around the Trinco doctrine and to really focus on a broad course of conduct that was really about thwarting consumer choice, about leveraging vast monopoly power, that again was not about unilateral refusals to deal or even conditional refusals to deal, but again, broad course of conduct to really squash competition. Seeing that reflected back in cases was really important. And I should say Google Ad Tech was filed in the Eastern District of Virginia. And in the time between the Chase manufacturing decision and the decision in Google Ad Tech, which came down in April 2025, there was a case that was decided in the Fourth Circuit called Duke Energy that cited Chase manufacturing favorably. And so again, seeing courts start to talk to each other and repeat back the logic that was really carefully sort of laid, again, in non-digital cases was ultimately very gratifying. And again, you see it later, Judge Castell ultimately repeated back the logic, agreed with Judge Brinkema and the Ad Tech MDL. Ultimately, the Supreme Court denied cert in the Duke Energy case. And so again, we have very important precedent now in the Fourth Circuit. Nothing is safe forever, but these are hard-fought victories. And so the point is that really careful, long run, careful, methodical strategy can pay off. So that's very important.
Austin, kind of continuing this conversation about what we've won. The states really weren't considered heavy hitters 10 years ago. What, in your view, has changed?
Yeah, thank you. I always love to talk about the states, and I think we play a unique and ever more important role in this space, as I sort of alluded to. Particularly, I think we bring a measure of stability and continuity to enforcement, as compared to federal approaches that might change from administration to administration, and that's important. And the states also have specialized insight into the issues affecting our particular consumers, right? So Connecticut might be more focused on hospital mergers, Tennessee, music promotion, Texas, agriculture, right? And so it's important to have a relationship with your consumers and your businesses and understand what's really important to your state. And you'll see different states focused on different markets because of the unique impact on their constituents. And beyond that, we also have unique tools to get the job done. There's a annoying doctrine in federal law that holds that you can't recover for indirect purchasers, right? And many states have passed laws repealing, it's called an Illinois brick repealer, that sort of decision so that we can, in fact, recover damages on behalf of indirect purchasers. So one of the cases I work on is a massive generic drugs price fixing case. And the consumers are end consumers. And so, you know, in the pharmaceutical supply chain, you've got the money going through multiple hands. And so it's important to have the tools necessary to reach the end consumer. We also have expanded relief options. We have civil penalties and we have disgorgement. And so when you bring cases together, you'll see a lot of multi-state enforcement actions. Adam's also talking about state enforcement, which I think is extremely important and can be very effective because multi-states can be clunky sometimes. But when you band together and a company sees that they could be subject to civil penalties and disgorgement from dozens of sovereigns, I think it makes a real statement. And one other thing I'd say about state enforcement is that it's a wonderful area of bipartisan collaboration. I think, you know, working on antitrust and consumer protection issues, they are harms felt by consumers in all states. And so you really see through the National Association of Attorneys General a shared vision and you know, sharing of resources in across party lines. So I'll talk a little bit about the Google search case today. I was on the trial teams for liability and remedies, and that's a great example of you know, cross-party collaboration. Attorney General Phil Weiser of Colorado collaborating with my Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti to, you know, take Google to task. So I think that's an important service that the states can offer in this area.
Jason, can you talk a bit about, from an industry perspective, you know, you pushed these theories of harm before the government was ready. What did that take?
I mean, I to echo the point on the states there too, the education piece of simplifying the discussion, which at that time, you know, 8-10 years ago was around understanding the importance of data, understanding the growth of the advertising market and how much was really going just to two companies. And that was problematic, that 80%, 90% of the incremental growth in advertising was going to Google and Facebook. So just simplifying the discussion and then starting to understand and explain the technical needs for kind of educating on that. You know, one thing that from the state perspective that I recall that really kind of, you know, up until probably 2018, 2017, I was regularly told like the enforcers will never really understand this. It's too complicated. Focus on Capitol Hill. And much of our work, believe it or not, is actually not this piece. It's actually research and best practices and learning from each other. So I was kind of living in rooms where, you know, I was seeing the problems, but then I was trying to figure out a way to make a difference. And when Texas started filing its CIDs with Google on the ad tech case in 2018, and I had a chance to look at those, I thought, oh, wow, okay. The right people are asking the right questions and they understand this business. And that gave me a lot of energy. And I think I translated that to other people. And, you know, that came from a few academics that were writing really good white papers, Fiona included, on the Google stack. And I think they started to really understand things. And then that built from there. Australia, a report on the ad tech marketplace, the UK report, like everybody started learning from each other. And it was truly bipartisan across governments, and that built energy, I think, and confidence. But it's, you know, they were right. They would take a long time in the courts. So here we are.
Well, it seems like the mood here is pretty upbeat, but I think I want to change it to, I think let's snap out of this here and get to the crappy parts, Doha. Is the root cause that judges just don't want to be regulators?
The root cause of what?
The root cause of these remedies, basically that when we saw in the Google case, Judge Mehta had this incredible guilty ruling last spring. Everybody was doing somersaults. It was the similar type of optimism and exuberance we've seen the first few minutes of the panel. And then when the final remedy ruling came down, everybody said, what the heck happened? And so maybe you can unpack that a little bit and talk about what you think is going on with judges? Is the issue here that they just don't want to be regulators and that we need some kind of sectoral regulation? Unpack that for us.
Yeah, I feel like we have to be honest with the audience. We promised to be like a little cheery
Yeah.
at the state of competition in digital markets. So I appreciate you're saying we were exuberant. We tried, or at least I tried. So look, I mean, just to summarize wins, like the Sherman Act is still with us. Some wins on Trinco, some wins, protecting against overreading of Amex, some wins related to aggregation doctrine. The cases got filed, right? Still very proud of that. A lot of them look like they're going to go to trial, we hope. I think the remedy decision in the search case was like, the first big sign that there are some very serious problems. I'll try to tick through some of the big ones that I see. I think the first is, there's sort of a failure to follow just the requirements of the law. Remedies law is fairly well specified, and just basic requirements to terminate the unlawful conduct do not seem to have been laid out in the remedies opinion. I think it goes without saying, like, I have no clients. I very much speak for myself. I'm very glad that the United States has filed a notice of appeal of the remedies decision, and that a number of states appear to also be appealing that decision. I think there is too much of a focus on dynamic competition without adequate study of the market. I think there are a number of events that you can see just in the past year that seem to undermine the logic of the remedies decision. There is sort of a lot to be learned from what has happened here. I think it's too soon to say what sort of what the policy, like, sort of remedy is, but I think the Court of Appeals is going to need to step in. It is closer to time zero than the end, right? There's going to be briefing, there's going to be argument, someone will be unhappy with that decision, there will be efforts to file a motion for reconsideration, then there will be en banc review. I'm sure something will go back down. I mean, we all kind of remember the circus that was the Microsoft decision, and I think we have all had a sense that at the end of the day, 9 justices may well decide the outcome of these very important antitrust cases. And maybe then we'll have some clarity about, like, what's going on with Article 3 courts and how comfortable they feel making big decisions about important antitrust cases. In the meantime, I think there probably is some learning for enforcers, whether we're talking about public enforcers or private enforcers. Having had some opportunity to study this, and I should say I was a counsel to Donald Trump's first head of the antitrust division and principal deputy under the Biden administration, and so have seen how people with very, very different political views have thought about this issue. Going back to, like, early, like, thinking shortly after the Microsoft days, there was a very considered decision not to heavily regulate the open internet and let it flourish, right? And I think there are a lot of benefits and like positives that consumers, like, really received from that decision. That being said, there were anti-competitive market structures that likely calcified due to the failure of antitrust enforcers to intervene. And I think that some of this, some of the events related to Google search probably have made it very clear that the difficulty of breaking up all of this monopoly power later on probably necessitate earlier intervention. And so it seems like you can either be more interventionist in terms of mergers, in terms of filing your monopolization cases earlier, or you can have the heavy hand of regulation, right? I mean, most of us who grew up like under the agencies sort of think of antitrust as an alternative to regulation. I think more thinking has kind of disabused us of those binaries. And I think there's just more research underway to sort of, maybe introduce ideas for like better regulatory design.
Can I jump to Austin and on the role of kind of time as a weapon, and how, like, are we rewarding defendants for slowing litigation?
Definitely. And Doha was making me think about bringing these suits earlier. That's something that I've been wrestling with for the past few years. If we highlight the FTC versus Meta case, when I first came into my office, the states, I watched the oral argument of the New York Solicitor General on a, dismissal on laches grounds for the states, which basically meant the states sat on their hands for too long. And now I look at, the FTC's case getting booted on market definition. And I don't think, and so the court was looking at the market as it stands today, and that's very difficult because when they brought the case, TikTok wasn't what it is today, right? These markets are extremely dynamic. And so you run the danger by relying too much on pre-suit discovery and hemming and hawing and wondering what to do, that you are going to bring the suit too late, whether it's too late for the 4-year statute of limitations under the Sherman Act, or it's too late for the market that's changing extremely quickly. You see this in Google search too, right? Generative AI is starting to erode the search market, not replace, but erode. And so this is something that enforcers really need to grapple with in terms of when to instigate a case. And then also, as you mentioned, Luther, making sure the case stays on pace, right? Because what is a win in these cases if we get it 10 years after the filing of the complaint?
Jason, what was your reaction to Judge Mehta's suggestion that it felt like we were like, and I definitely saw it at Y Combinator, just that's last summer, just the exuberance over AI, and talk about sort of the role that you think that may have played in Judge Mehta's decision, him essentially saying that, oh, well, it seems like AI is going to fix all this. And do you accept that? And why or why not?
Don't accept it at all. I felt like he forgot about the liability phase at that point, because a simple example from the liability phase, he learned about and really understood, it seemed, the importance of the scale of queries and clicks from search in terms of teaching its search engine in a way that, number two was whatever, significantly smaller, Microsoft, and that was a huge advantage to Google. And that all applies to the AI world. And so when he made that decision that, or put out his opinion that the AI world was changing things, my reaction was, well, now Google's going to unleash their advantage that they have, particularly with what they call tail queries of, this directly affects news companies, because every day, like something like 15% of the searches are things that we've never searched before, ever. And a lot of that comes from our world of media. And Google sees that at scale that no one else does. And that's really important to grounding AI too. So we're watching it unleash, and, including the way that and I know there's a lot of people studying how AI overviews are impacting things, but I mean, it's decimating a lot of the publishing market. And so disappointed. I was also disappointed because there weren't really any, and he noted this, there weren't publisher witnesses at the trial. You can, look at that from a lot of different ways, but I will tell you that back 7-8 years ago, I told the enforcers that your hardest challenge is going to be, and probably your most clear evidence can be, no publishers are going to want to testify and get pulled under the light against Google, because they're by far the most scary and concerning partner out there. So So the publishers didn't testify too. So. I think
And
that's
it
what-
seems like, I mean, Doha, you let me know if you disagree with this, but we read a couple weeks ago that Apple has now essentially handed the keys to Google to let Gemini power their, they've sort of thrown in the towel. Siri is sort of embarrassingly stupid and has been for years, even though we've had LLMs for over 3 years. They've handed the keys to Google. Do you see that as a reflection of basically that's the green light that Judge Mehta has given these companies? Is that a direct result of the remedy?
Totally. For the record, I don't think, those are your words, not mine. I don't think Siri is embarrassingly stupid, but I do think that, allowing Apple to sort of integrate a Gemini-based, model into the iPhone just looks a lot like, the default deal that was like at issue in the Google search case. But I just have to say, I was not at DOJ during the remedies trial, but some of the documents that came out during the remedies trial, I think really speak to the strategy here, and I think just make the logic of the remedies opinion more mystifying. So, I mean, during the cross-examination of a Google witness, a DOJ lawyer showed a Google vice president a document meant for someone at Google DeepMind, where someone had mused about training a Google AI model that would become Gemini with a wealth of search data, right, to improve it, right? There was this thing called BARD that was horrendous. And right, it was eventually sunset, and Gemini is quite good, right? And like ultimately it was like we understand that like it was made better because of Google's massive advantages in search, which again were the core of the search trial. And so, during the trial, it sort of came out all of the ways that advantages in search and also just inputs that come from search sort of give Google a leg up in AI. And so again, this idea that AI would improve search just sort of has it backwards, right? It's monopolization, monopoly power in search would sort of risk making that the high watermark of competition in certain foundation models. And I think that's the point I made earlier about betting too strongly on dynamic competition at the foundation model layer in the remedy opinion without sufficient study of competition there.
So there's been, there's sort of a view out there, I think, that we should just give up on the courts. And Adam, I want to turn to you now to make the other case. Judge Donato in Google Play imposed serious relief, and he's holding hearings because he's worried it's not enough. So what should we take from that?
Yeah, right. So I'm the person who's supposed to bring you back up from the slump. I take issue with the notion that it's all kind of doom and gloom for a couple of reasons. One is because I think there are some really good decisions coming out there, and they are part of this dialogue that Doha was talking about earlier between judges. It also is something that litigants are then using to their advantage. This was even before the Google remedies phase in the search case. We were dealing with injunctive relief in the Google Play, or what we would call the Google App Store case. And Google was arguing that remedies, that the sort of the Trinko analysis in general, that the duty to deal with rivals and the fact that it shouldn't have one basically extends to the remedies phase, and that we shouldn't have to do that. And Judge Donato used a phrase that we've since been seeing in briefs in other cases, that whatever Google's Trinko vibe that it was detecting might be available to it just doesn't apply, or certainly doesn't apply in the same measure in the remedies phase. And that's really important for those of us who are also thinking between, well, in which basket should we put our eggs more? Should it be ex ante regulation, or should we try and bring a good, strong enforcement case? And if we win, push for remedies. And the second kind of related point is that the difficulty that we face as antitrust enforcers, and that also legal academics who study antitrust also face, is that we don't get a lot of data, right? We get data from, like, if we're lucky, a half dozen judges in a year, and it tells us something about what they think about something. And there are hundreds of federal judges, and most of these judges have the opposite of the last say on the matter, right? So there's a real, I think, danger in over-interpreting what the zeitgeist is based on what you hear from one federal judge, no matter how careful their opinion may be, no matter how deeply they've studied the issue, no matter how right they think they may be. So I want to caution folks against sort of overreading in a way that makes them, unduly discouraged, particularly because we're in an environment of increased enforcement. Doha, made reference to the existence of private and public enforcement. As somebody who has spent time doing enforcement for the Department of Justice in the plaintiff's bar and in state enforcement, I love the fact that there is constantly, I mean, Fiona can't write a paper without plaintiffs bar members basically turning it into a lawsuit within 2 or 3 months. They just have to figure out what the facts on the ground are to get past a motion to dismiss. There ought to be, to Austin's point, something in between the years-long traditional approach that the federal government has taken and the weeks-long approach that we sometimes see in some other corners of the bar. But the fact that there's this multitude of lawsuits happening, I think, if anything, helps, because it means we get to hear from more judges.
How do you decide when to move? What is the happy medium on speed between when the plaintiff's bar files over the weekend versus the government taking 3 to 4 years?
So I think it's case specific. We've brought cases relating to tech platforms after less than a year of investigating. And I think obviously it's going to depend on what you're talking about. But of course, in digital markets, it's even more important in a sense to move fast, because before you know it, you're essentially litigating the fix. You are on the ground having to deal with changes in what the conduct actually is. But that's very different from some of these 3-4 year investigations that led to some of the actions that we've seen in the last few years.
DC was first on Amazon, first on RealPage. What makes you willing to move before the feds?
I don't know. I think they sometimes move first, and we generally try and talk to them if we know they're looking at the same things we are looking at. There may be some advantages in, for depending on this goes even beyond digital markets to questions of whether or not we have a pretty narrow geography. Gathering evidence is a little faster than if you're doing it for 300 million people. But there are also a variety of different mechanisms that we can use to leverage the work we do. So we have a relatively small staff. I try and complement that with things like partnerships with federal enforcers, using contingency-based litigation to work with plaintiffs' bar firms. That allows us to simply bring more cases. I supervise them just as much as I supervise those brought by my team, but it just adds lawyers. And frankly, it helps deal with the incredible costs that are involved in bringing antitrust litigation.
Tech giants don't necessarily have a home state. I mean, I guess you could argue California, but also they sort of try to put themselves everywhere in the same way sort of defense companies used to do for. And so how does that shape the coalition dynamics? Maybe Austin can comment on that as well.
Yeah, I'll just say, obviously there are going to be some, Austin put it well earlier, there are going to be some industries that are simply a greater focus than others. But I do think one thing we see a lot is there will be increased state interest as soon as consumers are the most directly, seem to be quite directly harmed. When it's more amorphous, that tends to be harder, because particularly if we have these sort of products that are available on a nation or services available on a nationwide basis, it's not clear where the disproportionate impact is across a particular geography. You actually see that, I think, in Europe as well. But in our cases, we will often work together and pool resources, even understanding that some states are going to invest more in every respect. than others.
Yeah, and under our laws, if you are conducting your business in a way that's harming our consumers, I don't care where you're based, we can reach you. You know, California has an economy the size of Germany. You know, they have a duty to protect those people. And, you know, I wanted to turn back quickly to what Adam was talking about, this issue of timeliness and keeping the pace in these litigations. And we're starting to see cases, I've seen in DC, Tennessee, Ohio, individual state cases, and you're more flexible that way. And you're not fighting perhaps different interests across sovereigns, different theories of harm, right? There's always disagreement about should this be a consumer protection case or an antitrust case? Which angle should we take? Which is the most supported by the pre-suit evidence that we have? So I'd love to see states going out on their own. And one good example of this is the consumer protection case that many states have brought against Instagram for the way that their platform harms young people and is targeted towards young people. You're seeing a multi-district litigation formed on the West Coast, but you're also seeing independent state cases, Massachusetts, DC, Tennessee, and we are able to move quickly, and we are able to, you know, we're able to make a real change, and the companies are starting to fight on so many different fronts. I think it really sets them off balance. So there's a time for multi-states, and there's a time for single state action.
Just on the timing question, just to throw some optimism back in the room too. And your question about do courts really want to regulate, I think is a reasonable one too. The ad tech case really is, to me, the bellwether. Like, one, Judge Brinkema very clearly understands the conflict of interest. Structural separation is a very clear solution there. The conduct was within where the harms, and I mean, the conduct was within the same market, the tie, et cetera. So unlike the Chrome divestiture, et cetera. So like, that's imminent, and it took just a couple years to get there. And the states, as soon as the remedies orders out, are going to resume. You got the private cases in New York. They've actually adopted Brinkema's findings of liability for, at least for the smart narrow case they took on in Virginia. And, you know, I think outside of maybe one or two things that are still out there in my mind that haven't been explored enough, it's been a home run. And so I don't want to lose sight of that piece. And that's what fuels most of digital media, is the advertising marketplace. And so if she decides just to go with behavioral remedies, which I am more optimistic than most on structural based on what went down. And if she decides just to go with behavioral, she's going to be in the business of whack-a-mole. I mean, Google's already reversed course on one of the key pieces of conduct in Virginia because of pressure from EU. And they did that super quietly in December, almost like they just wanted to do it and say like, that's no longer happening. So she needs to do structural separation. If she doesn't, then I'll have a very different attitude the next time we get together.
Yeah, I mean, that case started a bit, I was concerned by the gimmick that they used to get the jury, turn it into a non-jury case. And we had a conversation with Adam last night about some of the, how that compared with the Live Nation Ticketmaster. Maybe talk about that for 30 seconds, if you don't mind. I think it's fascinating.
Pending litigation, what do you want me to say?
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Never mind. So let's talk about if courts don't always
try and keep it really, really focused.
Well, maybe we can talk. I guess I'm trying to not. I guess we can't. You guys can't be super specific. What is Austin? Is there an example of a time when state and federal collaboration? What does it look like when it breaks down?
You know, I was prepared to talk about how it works very well, but there are breakdowns. I mean, think about even just the states litigating together. There are, even aside from political differences, agendas based on what your consumers are demanding from you. there's going to be differences of opinions. But honestly, I think what we have experienced both with the antitrust division under Jonathan Cantor and now under Gail Slater is a breakdown in or differences of opinion don't result in the breakdown of a case or a split. So look back at the Microsoft case, you had different appeals. You had a states only appeal, right? But here we've seen now in the Google search case, the States Coalition and the Department of Justice unified in noticing a cross appeal. And I think this really speaks to the antitrust division's staff and they're incredibly intelligent and experienced, and we're all learning together about how to handle these new markets and these ecosystems. But there's humility there, and there is a consistent open channel of communication and real discussion and debate. And so I think that's what, that is a real win in my book. And seeing it stay consistent across administrations. I mean, this is how we are able to bring these great cases and stay aligned on strategy and really bring the full force of our abilities to bear and protect our consumers.
What it's worth, I mean, a
Okay,
big
go ahead.
part of my job was whipping bipartisan support to join our cases, and that was awesome. And in Tennessee, I mean, General Scrimetti is awesome on antitrust issues. Like having filed both Google Ad Tech and Ticketmaster, like he was a great friend on those cases. Like we filed agristats with General Paxton. I cannot imagine we agree on, I don't know, something between 94 and 97% of issues, but on antitrust, he is a great friend. And so I really appreciate Austin's comments because I think the staff of the antitrust division, they are really wonderful. And I think there are examples, there's one example of the feds actually signing on to a state case in Ohio versus NCAA. And that was a really great outcome for the country with college athletes eligibility. And so I think that's something that works really well across cases.
Great points. So let's talk about what's next now. If the courts won't always regulate, then what's the path? Are we gonna do legislation? Is ICOA coming back? Are we gonna do sectoral regulation? We're gonna create sort of a FTC, but for tech markets, DMA style pressure. What do you think's next? Why don't we start, Jason?
I mean, specific to ad tech, there's a bill called the America Act that Lee and very bipartisan, everybody was on board on. So, but I think they've been waiting kind of to see what the courts are going to do, but it will, effectively solve the Google issue, but it'll solve the rest of the market issue where you can't be too big on both sides of the transaction.
Do you think that the sense that the courts have not kind of gotten the mission done is enough of a political forcing mechanism for Congress to actually do something?
If Brinkman doesn't do it, then I think that's very much going to be something that'll accelerate that. Because I think the Congress very much, Lee's had multiple hearings. I think he very much understands the problem, and it translates from the finance sector too, that if you've got real-time auctions happening and somebody's got market power on both sides, a legal monopoly power on one side, like that's a problem.
Hope you're right. Austin?
But that would be the only thing.
Yeah, I haven't given up faith in our courts. And like I said, maybe if federal courts aren't getting the job done, state courts can. On legislation, I'm a little more pessimistic. This concentration of private power translates to excessive political power. So what are you going to do there? And I find it hard to believe that we could, and maybe I'm wrong, implement something like ex-ante regulation here. I think there's another path, and kind of being here has inspired me to think about it. The research and the conversations about this area about competition in digital markets and having people come together and write papers and have discussions and, put articles in the press and have this base that judges can understand, that the nation can understand really what's going on, because I think there's a lot of, we're still sort of hanging on to, Chicago school ideals. And if we can have more people talking about how that's not worked, what could work, right? There's a lot of questions still. So I think the discussion, a public discussion, just needs to be happening. And I think that makes more of a change than people think.
Adam, states are doing ex ante regulation in the form of PBM laws. Is that the future?
I don't know, but I somehow doubt it, at least with respect to digital markets. That is, there are certain kinds of sectors that are more susceptible to state-based regulation. Healthcare is one of them, and many states have for a long time had, and some are now even adding, ones that relate to, for example, hospitals and hospital mergers, and some of those consider factors that go well beyond antitrust, but do consider competition issues. I think it's a little bit trickier on digital markets, particularly because their borders aren't always clear. And so there's almost always, you can already see that there have been some efforts at the state level to pass regulations relating to artificial intelligence, and there are already essentially federal efforts to stop them and to preempt them. And I think that seems like something that is likely to happen, because it is hard enough for people at the federal level to agree on what might be the kinds of regulations. If you look at, you raised ICOA, right? Just the discussions that happened there, even among people who at a high level agreed about how we would identify the gatekeepers, basically, to grab the DMA analog, was extensive enough that one could reasonably be a little bit skeptical about whether or not you're actually going to see at the state level something that where folks can be educated enough, to get to this point, and also agree upon. So I don't see a lot of it coming down the pike at anytime soon, at least not in the same way that you would see antitrust enforcers continue to keep pushing the button.
Doha, look into your crystal ball and tell me what's going to solve this if the courts aren't.
So look, on the courts, I think we need probably one or two more decisions to see, I don't know, like real momentum, or just a direction in one way or another. I'll be excited to see what happens in Google Ad Tech. And I will be excited to see decisions in some of the real page cases, for example. And I have to say, not all state legislation is the big stuff, like search and ad tech. They are moving on algorithmic collusion. They are moving on age verification. They're moving, sort of the other kind of consumer protection-y things. But the algorithmic collusion stuff is real. And I think more states are going to pass laws, right? Like anything that can be geographically bounded where they feel like their consumers are being hurt. They're not waiting for the feds. And there are preemption efforts, but so far they've stalled out. And I think as more people become aware of these economic pain points, I think it will be harder, frankly, for there to be preemption, because people are upset. And they're frankly concerned about some of the job loss stuff, and the zeitgeisty things are operating on people. So I would sort of be curious how that plays out politically. In terms of what moves things, I think Austin makes a powerful point, right? Some of the power in markets drives political power, right? And so I will be curious what actually moves Congress to do much of anything. I think we're in gridlock, unfortunately. I think there are much bigger issues happening in the country. I think all of us like to think about antitrust and consumer issues, but it's just really hard to think about that in isolation and not really, really big macro pressing issues happening in the country right now. So I think antitrust might be at the kids' table right now.
Jason, you want to say? You
No.
poking your head out, and I'm going to call on you. Okay, good. So let's, I would say the thing that, really this panel, the title, Building on Recent Antitrust Wins, I was pretty nervous kind of coming into it and until, some breath of life was given to me in the form of the cross appeal a few days ago. Austin, you want to talk about the significance of that, what that means? What does that signal?
Yeah, I want to be sensitive about, ongoing litigation. No, but I think one big point, and I've mentioned this before, it is a cross appeal between dozens of sovereigns and the federal government. There is a shared message here. And I think that's an important factor. And we've stayed together throughout this entire litigation. It just turned 5 years old a few months ago. I think both ways about it. In one way, I'm very excited to continue the fight. I love fighting for things that matter, and we'll see where that goes. But at the same time, part of me is like, we brought this case years ago, and now we're going to go through an appeal. And God, why wouldn't Google go to the Supreme Court? They've got more resources than God. And at the end of the day, what do you win, right? And so at the same time, we have a duty here too. We look at the remedies package, and obviously it differed a lot from what we had proposed. And obviously a cross appeal signals that we think that there are issues that we would like that we feel it's necessary to push on. We're not going to take no for an answer. But at the same time, I am concerned that what's this going to look like in the end? What good have we done?
All right, we're about to turn to Q&A here, but I just want everybody to close with one sentence. And the sentence is going to start with, building on recent antitrust wins means blank. So who wants to go first? Jason, why don't we start with you? And you can pass if you want.
I'll pass. No, I'll just in the spirit of, it means significant work. I can't emphasize enough, at least when I showed up in DC 10 years ago, and really the only action was in Europe, how, there was a halo over these companies and there was no activity, no understanding, et cetera. And so the fact that we're talking about wins and remedies, there needs to be energy and there needs to be bipartisan collaboration and there needs to be work across oceans to build on that. And the people in this room and in your space can do that. One sentence.
Building on recent antitrust wins means looking at all the wins, right? We've heard from everybody here today about it's not just about court decisions. It's about the discussions that are changing and not being so lopsided anymore. It's about small wins that might not be on the front page. So just keep an open mind and fight the good fight.
I think building on antitrust wins, as my comments earlier, it just means patience, but not too much. We still, as enforcers, to go to the earlier question that you asked, Luther, about sort of like how long is too long to wait or how much time do you need to do? Government enforcers, realistically, when they sue, are going to be expected to have developed fairly comprehensive economic theories behind their complaints. They're going to be expected to have detail. Judges know we have pre-suit subpoena authority. We can't just kind of put some stuff on paper and and go right in. That doesn't mean it has to be very long, but we need to, we can move faster, but still understand that credibility is pretty much everything when you're litigating, and that we need to be thinking through the cases we bring, being as current as we can on the economics, and mindful that just because here and there there's something that doesn't feel like a win in the moment doesn't mean that we can't use it to our advantage down the line.
I think building on recent antitrust wins means actually filing and litigating a lot more cases to verdicts and judgments and applying the law as written, and reining in a lot of the like evidentiary and spoliation issues that we're seeing in these cases, to include sanctionable conduct by very large companies that in many cases seem not to believe the law applies to them.
I'll do a stab at this too. Moderator's privilege. Building on recent antitrust wins, I think for me the back to the back and forth, Jason, you and I had about does the court's failure put the ball back in Congress's court? I hope so. I think that we do have some more political energy, and I think that the rise of vibe coding and the cost of creating software going to zero is giving even more political energy, because we have, we're in a situation where 20 years ago, it was very easy to create web pages and web sites with the rise of, HTML based editors. But the difference between then and today is, and by the way, that created the open web and it caused an explosion of services and content. We're in a similar situation today, except we've got these bottlenecks in the form of the worst DMV in the world, in the form of the App Store, and Google that, unlike 20 years ago, diffused 100% of that web, that traffic to the web. Now, as a baseline, keeps about 70% of it. And so I think that is, so if we really want the fruits of AI to touch consumers, we need to, deal with this, these concentration issues. And I think that creates political energy. And so I haven't given up on Congress. Let's turn to Q&A. Any questions?
I had a quick comment and then a question. I guess we talked a lot about the law of remedies, right? It's like there's liability you can get, but then when the remedy phase starts, it's kaput. I guess so courts talk about how they have a lot of discretion to craft remedies. They can terminate the illegal monopoly. They can deprive the defendant of the fruits of the monopoly. But in reality, there are like some limiting principles around the remedy has to be tailored to fit the wrong. There's rigid causality requirements. Like I remember in the Judge Mehta's opinion about Chrome divestiture, where he's like, I can't do Chrome divestiture because maybe Google benefited from its illegal payments and so it could create Chrome, but I can't tell how much of that was because of the legal payments, so I'm not going to do the divestiture, right? A lot of that goes back to Microsoft and some really bad case law. And in the context of digital markets, there's a lot of uncertainty around where the technology is going. So if the standard is grounded in causality, like how do you educate judges around the uncertainties of technology? Then how do you request remedies that can move the case law of remedies in a better direction to give them more freedom to implement remedies in digital markets?
So I'll take that in the first instance, since like we proposed the first set of remedies there. Having a lot of freedom to design remedies is just that. They can take in a lot of education to achieve the pretty well-defined goals that are sort of set out in the law for what an antitrust remedy must do. And I think that Judge Mehta, to his credit, was very good about asking the litigants for education about how the product markets worked during the liability phase, appointing a technical committee, for example. And so courts that retain jurisdiction can appoint experts of all kinds to continue to take in information. But if you recall, the proposed initial remedy was sort of staged, right? So it was, it set out like a series of behavioral remedies, and like only if they failed were there like divestitures, right? So there was like a stair step, or like a ladder system of proposals, right? And the vast majority of those were rejected. And so, in terms of like remedy design, there are just all kinds of ways that you can kind of set up a regime to, incentivize good behavior, to take in more information. DOJ and FTC can amend judgments all the time. If something is not working, parties get hauled back into court. And so, there's nothing kind of like unusual about consent decrees in that regard.
I'll just add on that agreeing with everything Doha said, but also saying that where appropriate, I think some of the things we've been talking about with respect to speed can apply to remedies as well. I favor disclosing remedies I want as early as possible in litigation and actually seeking them as early as practical in litigation. In antitrust, it's rare except in the merger context, but in other areas of litigation, it's not unusual to see the government file an affirmative motion for summary judgment that basically, that the economists, right, this means we're asking the court to determine that no reasonable jury could really disagree with me on the liability point, and ask for the remedy all in the same submission. So this is before we've even gone to trial. Basically say, Judge, the evidence here just stacks up way too much in our favor, not only in terms of what law was violated, but in terms of what's the solution here. And we very often win on that. Now, obviously, it's not necessarily going to be as easy in antitrust cases with fast moving facts, but it may be easier to start signaling early what kind of remedies you want, so that the facts have not changed so much by the end of litigation that it becomes unrealistic for the court to consider what you were asking for in the first place.
One comment and a question. So the comment is, I think it's important to be legally creative here to deal with the bottlenecks of some of the precedents we have. I mean, in Europe, for instance, we also had an essential facilities kind of Trinco precedent in the Oscar Bronner case. What we did actually, we developed a different concept of access to interoperability or access to data. And in a very recent case, the Android Auto, basically the court opened up possibilities to bring such cases without passing by the very difficult requirements of the European Trinco, which is Oscar Bronner, concerning indispensability of access, right? So, and obviously that will happen with, strategy of litigating and developing different narratives than the narratives of the past, to a certain extent, to be more creative. And that's the comment. The question I have is, how do you think it's possible to develop interoperability regimes or which are sector specific as a starting point? I mean, we have now the European health data space regulation, which actually opens up, the digital health space and develops an infrastructure of interoperability. We have in the past, open banking and open finance initiatives, right? In the US, I guess you have this One Health regulation, which is not really about interoperability, it's more about data portability. Open banking, I have no idea, if this is something that has developed. It's more like a consumer protection issue rather than a competition antitrust issue. But wouldn't that be interesting steps forward, these kind of sector-specific regulations that will develop the law to enable to move further to more general applications in terms of interoperability and access to data?
Anybody want to jump on that? I mean, I think on open banking, there's been sort of a false start. The Trump administration sort of tried to roll back the 1033, and now they've kind of paused, and now they're sort of back in discussions about the fate of it. How about any of the other sectors?
I would just say, when I think about what is the analog to Oscar Brunner in the US that I see in the developing in the case law and also in tandem in regulation, it goes back to actually the question of how ecosystems develop, which is, generally speaking, in the early days, because there isn't as much, there isn't so clearly always a dominant player, it really does rely on separately owned firms to work together, right? And then that it has certain implications about the profitability of working together. Even this line of Trinco cases in the United States acknowledges that we ought to be suspicious when a dominant player stops doing something that was interoperating or otherwise working with a competitor or some other third party that was previously profitable, but that now, for some reason, they seem to be willing to leave on the table, right? Because it's irrational for them as an economic actor, and it's weird because we knew that they had not elected to simply go it alone all these years earlier. And I think that is, I mean, we see this outside of tech too, the Seventh Circuit via media case that's been going on for a while. The reason those folks got around Trinco really because they knew that their plaintiff, this is a cable competitor, but essentially had previously worked with the defendant. And this is an argument that has been made by the government in some cases and is also animating some of the legislation we've seen at the federal level, that what they're trying to get at is, if there's an ecosystem where everybody's functioning well, interacting, but then all of a sudden the dominant player starts cutting back, that's when you know to really look carefully, because other things equal, like this is not, they're probably not doing something that is profit maximizing, except if they then essentially, have marginalized or eliminated their business partner. And I think we're going to see more of that because that's probably the most successful angle on the litigation as well.
All right, let's give it up for Doha, Adam, Austin, and Jason. Thank you very much. This was a great discussion.
we are going to get started with this session on search and ad tech, also known as Google Fest. We're going to start with 3 presentations by Mushin, Joanne, and Christiana. Each of you is going to take 15 minutes. Then I'll ask you a couple of questions, but we look forward to questions from the audience. Mushin, why don't you take it away?
Hello? Can I have my slides? Okay. So first of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm super happy to present. So today I will present my paper, Gatekeeper and Self-Preferencing, Incentive and Welfare Trade-offs in Two-Sided Markets. This is a joint work with Francesco De Carlos from Bocconi. So let me start the talk by providing you a motivating example for me to start this research. In a recent antitrust case against Google, the French Competition Authority, or I would just call it FCA, targeted the display advertising market. Okay? So the short story is that the FCA looked at 2 mandatory and complementary layers of advertising technologies that publishers, like website or app, that they need to use in order to finish interaction with advertisers. And then they found Google has been doing self-preferencing across these 2 layers. As a consequence, the FCA asked Google, and they reached agreement that Google need to remove this type of self-preferencing practice in France. Okay? And then what we did is that we are curious regarding what happened next. And we found some interesting pattern. Okay? First, we check what happened to the unique number of advertisers post ads on the popular website in France, which we use the blue line to denote it, versus a synthetic control group, consists of other EEA or OECD country. The pattern, I think, is quite clear. That is after this dashed line, which corresponds to an implementation deadline for the FCA's regulation, you see a sharp drop in the advertiser participation in France. Then how about the other side of the market? For the publisher side, we check what happened to their advertising revenue, how much they collect by selling the advertising slots. We observe similar pattern. That is, after the regulation, indeed, the publisher in France, they are collecting smaller amount of revenue by selling the advertising slots. The result are quite counterintuitive, right? Because if advertisers are better off after this type of regulation, in the short run, we expect that their entry into the market should be encouraged. However, we observe the opposite pattern. Right? At the publisher side, if they are better off, they are making more money, right? But it's not the case in France. So from the simple analysis, it motivates our research because it seems that this type of self-preferencing is quite complicated. And regulating this is also challenging because without careful design, it may even backfire the market. But what should we do? What are the underlying mechanisms? We do not know. We feel like we need to have a more comprehensive study. Okay. So how do we study it? We create a theoretical model. If we think about the market structure, and if we think about using one figure to summarize what's happening in France, this is the figure that we're thinking about. It's a two-sided market. Okay. We have sellers of advertising slots. We have buyers of advertising slots. The FCA look at 2 mandatory and complementary products that seller need to purchase in order to finish interaction in the market and gain value. Okay? One product is a primary product that is monopolized by a big company, Google. We denote it as Form G in our model. Okay? The other product is some ancillary service. This is a product that need to be used together with the primary product. But the difference is that this product is provided by Google, but at the same time, it's provided by some competing firm. So this is the market structure we are thinking about in the model. And the key finding is that FCA has been doing self-preferencing, leveraging its dominant position in the primary product market to favor its product sale in the ancillary service market. So what does that mean? That means Google actually has been reducing sellers' relative surplus from finishing the interactions through the red channel. That is, they are using competing forms and ancillary service to finish interaction. As a consequence, the majority of transactions are finished through the left channel, that is Google's own product. So accordingly, we denote the Google's own product as the first-party ancillary service and other form service as third-party service. Okay. Some other market feature that we try to highlight here is that if you think about this display advertising market, although it is a seller who pay for and choose which ancillary service they want to use together with the primary product, but when they choose it, these ancillary services are used to fulfill the interaction with buyers. So in other words, for the same product, both sides of the market will have some value or preference over this product, and their preference could be either differ or identical or similar. So this kind of two-sidedness for the preference over one same product is some characteristic that we're curious and we want to highlight in our model. Okay. Now, let me show you some math. It's not a lot. I just want to show you the general idea. But the way that we structure a model and the paper is that we start with a simple benchmark model. We want to make it as simple as possible. And then based on the benchmark model, we start to add more factors and we check how the conclusion change. So we're able to know the underlying mechanism. Also, we are able to know the impact of each added factor, including network effect, including how the big company change their pricing instrument. So on the buyer side, the utility is quite straightforward. It depends on seller's choice of ancillary service. If seller use the first party service, then we use VGB to denote the utility level for the buyer side. If they are using other company, this utility change to be VGB minus beta B. So beta B is a parameter we use to measure this quality difference of value on the buyer side. It could be either positive or negative, meaning that they could either like or dislike Google's service. Okay. Then on the publisher side, on the seller side, each seller only consider two products. One is always the first party product, ever consider Google. The other is randomly chosen third party ancillary service. Of course, we can make it more complicated. We can just assume that the consideration set is randomly chosen. So they not always consider first party product, but we get similar result. So the benchmark, we want to make it as simple as possible. These two products are both horizontally differentiated and vertical differentiated. So for horizontal differentiation, we model it through the hotel inline model, and vertical differentiation is modeled kind of in the symmetric manner as the buyer side. So if seller choose the first party ancillary service to finish this interaction, the value from joining the market is VGS. If they use other service, this value change to be VGS minus beta S. So beta S could also either be positive or negative. And there's no correlation between beta B or beta S. So buyer and seller's preference over this product could either differ or similar. Okay. So in other words, the setup on the seller side equals VIS, that is depending on their choice. If they choose the form I, then they get corresponding value. So if it is the Google, it equals VGS. If it choose other company, is VGS minus beta S. And then they need to pay the price. So basically, PI is the price for ancillary service, and MS is the price they pay for the primary product. So they always need to use. Last term is just the transportation cost, measure their taste. The game we are considering is as follows. First, the big company determine the charge of their primary product, and then competing form and this big company simultaneously choose the price of their ancillary service. Based on the price of this service, seller and buyer enter into the market. Seller choose which ancillary service work best with the primary product, and based on their choice, buyer and seller surplus in the market are fulfilled. Okay. We make some consumption just to avoid the trivial equilibrium. So based on this model, how do we investigate the impact of self-preferencing? We follow two steps. First, based on this model setup, which we try to highlight the market structure, we solve for the market equilibrium. And then based on the market equilibrium, we are wondering what will happen if the big company practice self-preferencing, meaning that they reduce the relative value seller will receive if they are using third-party ancillary service in the market. And mapping to this model, this is an increase in beta S. Okay, so in other words, we basically investigate the impact of self-preferencing by analyzing the comparative statistics with respect to beta S. Here are the key findings. Okay, so regarding the motivation, we find that even if the big companies' ancillary service has a lower quality than other, they still have a motivation to do self-preferencing. However, there exists some threshold. So their quality of ancillary service cannot be too low. Otherwise, it's not profitable for them to do that. In the short run, regarding the welfare implication, it's highly complicated. It could either benefit or harm either side of the market, depending on both buyer and seller's preference over this ancillary service and the big company's available price instrument, whether it is charging surplus from both sides of the market or only one side of the market. So a question that you probably ask is that, since self-preferencing may not harm the market, should we regulate it? The short answer is yes. Because in the long run, if we allow the big company to gradually monopolize the ancillary service market, we found that in that extreme case, both buyer and seller are likely to be worse off. Meaning that although it's challenging to regulate this type of phenomenon, it's necessary. Okay? So how do we map our finding to the FCA case? I show you on the first slide. So for the FCA case, what we observe is that after self-preferencing regulation, when they remove or reduce self-preferencing, both sides of the market seem to be worse off. That's our observation. Okay? And when this will happen based on model, this will happen only when advertisers highly dislike interacting with publishers who are using non-Google technology. So how do we check whether this condition is correct, whether our understanding is correct? We cannot find the answer from the FCA report, but we are able to find relevant information from the public report published by the EC and DOJ. Okay? The difference is that for the French case, they only look at the publisher's advertising technology without considering the advertiser side. But for the other two cases, they look at the whole chain of the technology people are using. And here are some characteristics. First, they both highlight the majority of advertisers. Now they are using Google. Okay? They are using Google's technology as a buying tool to interact with publishers. And secondly, what Google has been doing is that they are not sending bid to the non-Google technology, meaning that if they interact with publisher using non-Google technology, they are receiving a very low performance. Okay? This kind of speaks to the understanding of our model. A natural question and the critical one is, how should we do? Which type of regulation we should use in order to regulate this type of phenomenon, because it's critical and it's necessary. So we apply our model to do two counterfactual exercise. So in this figure, you see the blue line. The blue line represents a welfare change level, which corresponds to the estimated welfare change for the FCA regulation. And the vertical axis is a ratio. So although it is very close to zero, it's still negative. Okay? So one alternative remedy we are checking in this paper is that what will happen if we do a behavioral remedy, but we kind of improve what is missing in the FCA. Okay? We're checking an enhanced behavioral remedy, which I use the orange line to denote it. That is, they do the same as FCA. They handle self-preferencing on the publisher side, but at the same time, they also improve the third-party ancillary service for the advertiser side. Okay? And the horizontal axis measures the magnitude of this additional adjustment, with zero meaning that there's no change for the advertiser side. Okay. There's no change for the advertiser side, and with 100% meaning that they completely remove the vertical differentiation for the advertiser side. You see that with this additional change, there's a positive impact on the welfare, and indeed, with small changes for the advertiser side, we start to have positive impact for welfare. Another alternative remedy we are checking is the divestment, which is under consideration by the EC and DOJ. Here are the key observations. If we look at the green line, which corresponds to the divestment, and orange line, that is the enhanced behavior remedy, if these two remedies change the third-party ancillary service for both sides of market with the same magnitude, then divestment is always less efficient. Okay. However, in reality, divestment is more efficient in removing the motivation. So it's likely we are comparing a point on the right side of the green line with a point on the left side of the orange line. So it's still possible that the divestment is more efficient. I will wrap up. Okay. So in this paper, we analyzed a self-preferencing observed in the advertising technology market. But if you think about structure, this structure applies for several cases, including Amazon, including Apple. So we try to highlight here is that in the short run, the welfare implication is quite complicated. It could either benefit or harm for users, depending on the both sides of market's preference over ancillary service and the big company's pricing instrument. Regarding the motivation, even if the big companies' product quality is not high, they still have motivation to do that. And more importantly, the existence of network effect in two-sided market, that is when users care about the participation in the other group, this kind of network effect will reinforce the motivation. Okay. And lastly, regarding policy, in the long run, it is highly necessary to regulate this type of phenomenon. But unfortunately, there's no absolute answer regarding what should we do. It highly depends on, and we remind policymakers to understand what's going on both sides of market and how the market is likely to evolve after each type of regulation. I will
Great.
stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mushin. And now, Joanne, you can take it for the second presentation. Again, you have 15 minutes.
All right, so thank you for having me today here. So this is I'm going to present a joint paper with Nestor Duc, Xavier Fageda, and Nicandro Quirós. So in this paper, we want to analyze which has been the impact of the DMA in the air travel market. So as you know, the DMA was approved in 2022, and then it was implemented in March 2024. There is one article in the DMA, which is the Article 6.5, that bans self-preferencing in ranking, indexing, and results displays. And this is something that directly affects Google, because Google has different verticals like Google Shopping, Google Hotels, Google Maps, and Google Flights. Then as a consequence of this, on March 2024, the response of Google was to introduce a change in its SERP, in the search engine results page, and it redesigned the SERP. So what we do in this paper is to analyze which has been the effects of this redesign in Google SERP on the air traffic market. There are three main players that compete for search traffic in this market. The first are the airlines, such as American Airlines, Lufthansa. Then there are also comparison sites, and we consider two types of comparison sites: aggregators and OTAs, online travel agencies. One example of aggregator will be Google Flights, another will be Skyscanner. So essentially, these aggregators get some money just sending traffic to the airlines. And in the case of the online travel agencies, usually they have commercial agreements with airlines. But what is important is that they can issue tickets. They also sell, in addition to flights, they also sell hotels, after-sales services. And usually they have a commission for each time that they sell a flight. So what we do in the paper is to compare the changes or the organic search traffic in 4 European Union countries before and after the implementation of the DMA. We compare this with the changes in the organic search traffic in the UK and in the United States, before and after the implementation of the UK, of the DMA, considering that UK and the US were not affected by the DMA. What we find is that, in general, small low-cost airlines and small aggregators and OTAs receive more organic search traffic after the DMA, and we don't find an important effect in the case of large comparison sites. So this is the type of traffic that may arrive to the airlines. There are different sources of traffic that may affect the airlines. So the first is the direct traffic. This is when consumers directly visit the airlines, or they visit the aggregators or the OTAs. Another type of traffic is the traffic from the aggregators to the OTAs, or from the aggregators to the airlines. So this is the referral traffic. And on top of this, we have the organic search traffic. This is the traffic that when consumers have want to buy a flight, then they go to Google search, and then Google search can offer different recommendations, and then consumers can go to the aggregators, to the OTAs, or directly to the airlines. So what we analyze in this paper is how the redesign of Google search have modified this traffic that goes to the OTAs, to the aggregators, or to the airlines. Is this important? Well, in the case of the desktop traffic, in the case of the airlines, 1/3 of all the traffic that receives the airlines is organic search traffic. And in the case of the comparison sites, 25% of all the traffic is organic search traffic. So this means that changes in this traffic is going to happen and imply important changes in this market. So what is exactly the change in the SERP that introduced Google? Well, before March 2024, in the European Union, Google had one module for Google Flights. After the DMA was implemented in March 2024, this module for Google Flights was removed. And in addition, Google introduced one module for airlines and another module for comparison sites. And it also introduced many other changes. So this is the SERP of Google in all countries, in the European Union, and also in UK, and also in US. Before March 2024, you can see on the top of this page the Google Flights model, and then there is information on several aggregators and airlines. So this is what you have in top of this page. So this is the Google Flights model. And what is important here is that you see that there are some links to Skyscanner, to Kayak, and also to different airlines. When consumers click on these links, instead of going to the airlines or to the comparison sites, they go to Google Flights. This is the SERP that Google still has in the US and the UK. Now, after March 2024, with the implementation of the DMA, Google modified the SERP, and now this is the SERP that you can see, if you can see it. So this, on top of this, you have an airlines model, and then you have a comparison sites model, and then you have information on several airlines and several aggregators and OTAs. So this is what you see on top of this page. Then there is a model for the airlines with different links. Now, if you click on these links, you will be directly addressed to the websites of the airlines, and the same in the case of the comparison sites. So you have different information on different comparison sites. One of them is Google Flights. Then if you click on these links, then you will go to these websites. So this is what we want to analyze. So we want to analyze how the introduction of the changes affected the traffic that goes to the airlines and to the comparison sites. For this, we use data from SimilarWeb. We have weekly data for desktop traffic, monthly data for mobile traffic. We have information for different channels, direct traffic, organic search traffic, referral traffic. The period that we analyze is from November 2023 to December 2024. We consider 4 European Union countries, Spain, Germany, Italy, and France. We use 2 control countries that were not affected by this change, United Kingdom and the US. We classify airlines in different ways. For example, according to the pricing strategy that they have, we have low-cost carriers, network carriers. We also classify airlines according to the number of seats that they offer in each national market. Then we have top 5 national airlines, bottom national airlines. We also classify airlines according to the visibility or to the rank that they have in Google. So we have top ranking airlines and bottom ranking airlines according to the rank that they have. In the case of the comparison sites, we classify them in the top 3 comparison sites in each national market, the top 5 and the non-top comparison sites. And we also classify them according, if we consider if they are aggregators or OTAs. So this is the empirical model that we estimate. So this is a definitive model. And as I said before, what we do is to compare the change in the organic search traffic before and after the implementation of the DMA in the 4 European Union countries. And we compare this with the change in the organic search traffic in the UK and in the US in the 2 same periods. In order to this comparison to make sense, we need that the evolution of the traffic in the European Union countries and in the UK and the US is similar before the treatment. And these 2 figures show this. So the above figure is for the case of the airlines, and the bottom figure is for the comparison sites. And what we see is that before the implementation of the DMA, there were the trends in the traffic in the 2 group of countries, the treated and the control group countries, was quite similar. So now let me show you the results. So this is for desktop traffic. And what we see is that in the case of the airlines, there was you had your finger in the
5.
5. All right. Thank you. Thank you. So in the case of the airlines, the impact in the organic search traffic was an increase of the 6%. So this means that the airlines, the traffic of the airlines in the European Union after the implementation of the DMA increased by 6%, right? But we don't find an impact in the general traffic, in the total traffic for the airlines. In the case of the comparison sites, the increase in the organic search traffic for the European Union countries was of about 21%. In comparison to the traffic in the UK and the US. In addition, we also find an increase in the direct traffic. And the explanation of this is that once people discover some comparison sites, like Skyscanner or Booking, then in subsequent visits, they may directly visit these websites. So then we find an increase in the organic search traffic and also an increase in the direct traffic, which could be a consequence of this discovery effect. Now, when we separate airlines into groups, low-cost carriers and network carriers, what we see is that the impact was very important in the case of the low-cost carriers. So there was an increase of 14% in the organic search visits. But this was mostly due to the effect on the bottom national airlines, so those airlines that offer less seats, and in the bottom ranking airlines, those airlines that are less visible, that have a lower rank in Google. So there is an impact in the low-cost airlines, but mostly in the smaller low-cost airlines. In the case of national carriers, we also find an important effect, is about 4% increase. And this also happens for those national carriers that offer less seats in the national markets, but that have more visibility in Google. Finally, in the case of comparison sites, what we see is that there was this general increase in organic search traffic of about 21% in the European Union. But what we see is that this increase is not due to the top 3 or the top 5 comparison sites, like Booking or Skyscanner. So the impact is concentrated in the non-top comparison sites. And when we analyze if there is any different effect for aggregators and for OTAs, what we see is that the impact is larger in the case of the aggregators. We do a similar analysis in the case of the mobile search traffic. I will not explain this, but the main idea is that in the case of airlines, the results are weaker, so they are not so important, but still we find some results in the case of the low-cost carriers. And in the case of the comparison sites, the results are pretty similar. So just to summarize, what we see with this research is that, well, self-preferencing matters. Google Flights had not a neutral impact in the market, and when it was removed, this generated some traffic to airlines, some additional traffic to airlines and to comparison sites. I have not explained this, but in the paper we also consider if there is an impact of this in the prices and on the prices, and we see that in the case of the low-cost airlines, there is a small reduction of about 3% in the prices. And finally, something that I think is also important to consider and that is not mentioned generally is that the design of the SERP matters. So we have seen that after the implementation of the DMA, Google has redesigned the SERP, but the specific redesign matters. And the prominence that airlines or comparison sites have in the SERP affects the traffic. And because of this, it also affects the competition. Right, that's it.
Thank you so much, Joan. And now we have Christiana.
How does it work?
No.
No. Okay, I'm here. Thank you very much for having me. I'm Christiana, and today I have the pleasure of presenting this working paper together with Samira from Stanford University, Cristobal from Cornell, and Alessandro Crisi from MIT. This is the first paper we worked on from the Internet Behavior Experiment, and as you can infer from the title, is a paper about online search. Search is a very important activity. I don't have to explain that, but it's shaped the Internet as we know it. And in this project, we analyze how this has faced changes and challenges with the adoption of large language models. One of the motivations behind this is the widespread concern that ever since LLMs have been available to the public, they might change how people access the internet and how they navigate the internet. You can see examples of this concern in the general news, but also in industry reviews and, of course, academic research. And part of this concern is really focusing on publishers and among these news websites. So if we want to go behind the mechanics of this concern, we have to think of how was search looking like before LLMs. A user had a question, they used to go to a search engine like Google, and the search engine was going to return a list of places, websites, where with a certain probability the user was going to find the answer to their questions. And then the user visited the websites, and thanks to this, the publisher was able to monetize from such visits. This is how the free internet we know was shaped at the beginning. But now with LLMs, users go with a very specific question, and the chatbot returns an answer, the direct answer to their question, which can be good or bad. And if it's bad, of course, the user is still free to go back and visit the publishers. But as long as the answer of the chatbot is good and sufficient, then the user might not need to go back to the publisher's websites, and this means lower visits and lower traffic and revenues for them. So this is a challenge to their profitability, but also the existence of these smaller websites that populate the web. So in this paper, what we do is to analyze how people use search engines and LLMs. We study the effect of the adoption of LLMs and what is the effect of this adoption on browsing activity. So first, we want to understand for which purposes are people using search engines versus LLMs. We want to define a simple way, but still comprehensible to really understand the intent of users. And based on this, we would like to study metrics like how many websites, how many different websites people visit, and look at measures like concentration and diversity in browsing sessions. So I'll give you a quick overview of the data we have. We have two sources of data. One, as I said, is coming from the Internet Behavior Experiment that was launched in May 2025. And it's very rich data set about the browsing behavior of people that, of course, wanted to join our study. We have timestamps of the websites they visit. And we have the HTML of selected pages. So in particular, we have the HTML of web pages on search engines, but also LLMs. And thanks to this, we are able to extract both the search queries, but also the conversations of our participants with LLMs. The second source of data is the ComScore data that most of you probably know is a large panel that is representative of the online population in the US and contains the timestamps of the websites visited. So we combine these two data sets so that from one we can have a taxonomy for the intent of users in both search engines and LLMs. And from the other side, we can study adoption. This is because the ComScore data captures 2022, which is the year where most of LLMs, in particular ChatGPT from OpenAI, was released. So we are able to give you some empirical facts from our analysis. A first one is about the B2C LLM market. We see growth. I mean, this is not new, you know that. But we are observing how from one year to another, there are changes in the main players. We have 50% of our panel that are adopters of LLMs, and 40% of them are multi-homing. So 40% of the people who use LLMs are using more than one. The second thing we observe, comparing the results from 2024 to 2025, is that ChatGPT is losing shares and we have growth from other smaller players. So just based on these two very simple metrics, one might say that this is a growing market, and with the multi-homing might give a signal of an healthy market. The second thing we did was to study what is the effect of adoption of LLMs on the diversity of the browsing. So using the ComScore data that captures indeed 2022, we are able to identify those people that adopted with precision LLMs. Adoption is defined with usage of LLMs for at least 3 weeks. And we regress the unique websites, excluding LLMs and search engines, before and after adoption on many characteristics of the browsing session and of the participants. We observed that after adoption, the number of websites visited hasn't decreased. So the initial concern that I mentioned at the beginning is not really supported by this evidence. We see more websites visited and more diverse websites. The second thing we do is look, okay, but what happens to search? And we don't find a statistically significant reduction in the unique visits to search engines. And this is also something that we have found in our other panel. In fact, in the IBE data, what we did was, firstly, we took all the browsing data from our participants, and we classified browsing sessions, namely those browsing activity with at the most 30 minutes of inactivity, between those sessions that contain or not LLMs and or search. So we have 4 categories. And what we have observed is that most of the internet, most of the browsing activity comes with search engines. And most of the LLM activity, which is very little, 7% in total, comes always with search. There are very little instances in which participants use LLMs without search. So at this stage, and based, of course, on our panel, we don't find evidence that this is something that is going to threaten search engines that much. Then we look at the switches between the two because we see everything they do at the session level. We observe if they switch from search to LLMs. And in particular, we were interested in those sessions in which participants start with a platform, for instance, a search engine, and then switches to another one and doesn't come back. This is interesting for us because we are able to see the topics in which they're interested in and see whether they are looking for the very same thing across platforms. And we are observing that in 60% of the cases, most of the cases, when there is such switch with no return, this is in favor of LLMs. This is interesting. Of course, it might signal that people are still exploring and maybe are starting using LLMs for things that traditionally they did on search engines. So this is just some, descriptions of facts. Now we propose a taxonomy because we are interested, but if they're competing in a market, how can we define this market? And this is not an exercise of market definition, of course, but it's an exercise to understand the intent of users. So what we did was looking at the computer science literature to classify the intent of users in both search and LLMs. We use this 2002 taxonomy. We distinguish between informational queries, where users want to know something or find an explanation or a definition, navigational queries, where users want to go to a specific site in the web, like the Amazon login page is a navigational query, and then transactional queries, where users has the intent of making a transaction, which can be a download of something, a purchase of something. As we can see, using this taxonomy, most of LLM activities on the informational side. But this is not the full picture because we know that LLMs are much more than finding information. And for this reason, we propose another option, which is augmenting the formal taxonomy for search engines with two categories that are actually characterizing LLMs. One is companionship, and the other one is generative and creative. And when we apply this taxonomy, what we see is that, of course, most of the LLM conversations are informational, but a third of them are creative and generative. This is something that the search engines cannot really cover. So going back to the original question, how is this going to affect the market? We are looking at the average number of unique websites for each category of session type. And what we are observing is that when LLMs are used alone, of course, they are characterized by lower visits to websites. But when they're used in combination with search, they are associated with a larger number of different websites than they would with search only. However, a possible explanation is that when a user uses both a search engine and an LLM, maybe the task they need to complete is so complex they might need naturally to visit more websites. So there is a self-selection issue, and for this reason, we just ran a regression. So we regress, again, the unique number of websites, excluding search, excluding LLMs, on a bunch of things we have, like the session type, but also characteristics of the web page. For instance, we are able to extract whether there was the AI overview in the search results page, participants, fixed effects, and so forth, but also we can control for the intent of the user because we have the taxonomy. What we find is that in those mixed sessions, LLMs plus search, users browse on average let's say, two unique domains more than they would with search. This might not be casual. There are many things happening when people browse. But of course, this is not going in the original direction of the concern that AI overviews, AI summaries, and LLMs are reducing and depressing the browsing activity. So another thing we did was looking at what happens in the 5 minutes right after a person asks something to ChatGPT or another LLM or searches for something. And we focus on this unit of analysis that are these 5 minutes windows, and we compute 3 different things: externalization, which is the probability of visiting an external website, the concentration that we measure with the HHI, and the diversity of these unique domains. We can distinguish between adopters and non-adopters. What we find is not supporting the initial concern that the LLMs are associated with a higher concentration. We don't find this. Lower entropy, we don't find this. Actually, we find higher diversity, and we actually find higher externalization. However, we are able to see whether these conversations between people and LLMs contain external links. We can see what can be the role of LLMs in promoting, the visits to other websites. And actually, only 20% of these conversations contain external links. So there is another theory we have. It's possible that LLMs facilitate the achievement of goals of users. And for this reason, users are able to move on faster to other tasks. And for this reason, this higher externality, higher entropy, and lower concentration might reflect the fact that they can move on with other things they have in the pipeline of tasks. To conclude, this paper proposes a methodology to study browser behavior with the goal of understanding for which usages people adopt LLMs and whether this is competing directly with search. And the findings are not going in the direction of the initial concern. We see no evidence that LLMs reduce browsing activity, but we rather find that LLMs can augment what people can do with traditional search engines. Of course, these are early stages. We don't know what will happen. So we understand this, but we are very happy to see how this adoption is promoting activity at the browser level, at the browsing activity level. So thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
Awesome. Thank you to the three speakers. You made my job a lot easier because you had very clear presentations. I love this session because it has everything. It has the unintended consequences of regulation, which is something that us economists are really good at studying. It has the intended consequences of regulation, which we should do more of. And it has sort of the uncertainty of technological innovation. I'm going to ask one question each and then open the floor for others. Mushin, I think what your model is sort of focusing on is what I think is the trade-off between short-term and long-term. Your model and your empirical evidence clearly shows that there may be unintended consequences to banning self-preferencing. But if we think about the long run, that is necessary evil to guarantee a competitive market. How should we think about, what is an acceptable welfare reduction in the short run that we should be taking if that's worthwhile for the long run?
Should I answer now?
Please.
Yes. So I think in our paper, what we focus on actually right now is about short-term impact, because if you look at the time window we're looking at is 6 months after regulation. And the case we focus on is display advertising market, which I think is a highly complicated market. So I would say that in the short run, the point or some highlight we observe is that it's really important for the regulator to check what's going on for the two-sided market. One potential highlight we want to focus here is that for the French Competition Authority, they only look at one side of market without considering the other. In the short run, what's happening is that it will definitely make the market even worse. Of course, if you think about long run, there are so many things going on. For example, you may affect the innovation. You affect how the motivation for the publisher to generate new content. So what we do in the paper is that let's think about extreme case, because if you allow the Google to do self-preferencing, then in the long run, intuitively, it will discourage the development and entry of other competing forms in advertising technology. So we think about extreme case that is we do not do anything. We just allow Google to monopolize both market. And in that extreme case, both sides of market will be worse off. Of course, if you think about other factors, for example, innovation, it will generate additional harm impact. But this should not change the conclusion we have, because basically you're adding one additional harmful impact for the long run. And we already, with a very simple model, we show that it's necessary for us to regulate this type of phenomena.
Have you started seeing some benefits from banning self-preferencing in the French case of Google over time? Because your plot sort of had the 6 months post.
Yeah.
Is it something that we could sort of monitor in the longer run?
Yes, it's possible, but right now we do, like our analysis did not take into consider such a long time window, but it's possible that we could collect more data and check what's going on after 6 months.
Because your implication is very clear that in the long run, we should absolutely ban self-preferencing.
Yes, but one question is like, how do we define the long run, right? Because we are looking at extreme case that Google monopolized the market, but now with so many things going on, they have also a European Commission case, and this also changed Google's motivation regarding how they move. So we could definitely collect more data to see what's happening in France in the long run, but the market is dynamic. So that's my thought.
Thank you. Thank you, Mushin. Joanne, on to you. I like this paper because it's really about the intended consequences of changing what Google does with Google Flights. And what you clearly shows is that there is diversion of traffic to other comparison sites and to other airlines. What is surprising to me is who benefits the most, right? What you have highlighted is that small airlines and small comparison websites benefit the most. That is different from what we know about Google News, for example, right? Where we know small news site benefited from the visibility that was given to them through Google News. So what I would like you to sort of help us understand is why do you think in this case, the great beneficiaries of this change are the small players, both as airlines and comparison sites?
Thank you. So it's a very good question. So I think that it's working.
It's on, it's on.
So I think that the main reason is that it offers more visibility to the airlines and the comparison sites that maybe offers lower prices. So the way in which the airlines and the comparison sites appear in the models for the airlines and the comparison sites is that they have to offer the lower prices. So this is one of the criteria that are used in this model.
Mm-hmm.
So Google could use other criteria in order to select who appears in the models. But because this is only based on the prices, maybe this is what is maybe giving an opportunity to smaller airlines and comparison sites that maybe it could be more aggressive or that offer lower prices at a particular moment. When instead of doing this, consumers use Google Flights, in this case, maybe consumers consider other aspects of the flights that are also relevant. For example, the schedules of the flights, maybe the brands of the airlines. So there are other aspects that may influence the decisions of the consumers. But with this change in the SERP, something that becomes very important are the prices, which is maybe not the only characteristics that will consider the consumer. No? But then it gives a lot of visibility to this, which maybe will benefit these smaller.
Yeah.
So maybe in other contexts, maybe these aggregators or OTAs will allow consumers to look at other characteristics which may shape their decision.
A quick 10-second follow-up. How much do you think of this traffic diversion is actually diversion of transactions?
What do you mean by transactions?
Actual purchase of flights on those websites?
Yeah, this is again a very important question. So in the last part of the paper, we have an additional analysis in which we consider the impact on prices, but this is quite limited because we only have information for the routes between the UK and the 4 European Union countries that we consider. And a large part of the routes that we consider are between the UK and Spain, which is a touristic destination.
Yeah.
Then what we see is that in the case of the low-cost airlines, there is a reduction in the prices of 3%. But this is mainly due to the consumers that buy the flight tickets maybe in 1 week in advance of the flight. We don't see this when consumers buy these 2 months or 3 months before the depart.
Thank you.
So this means that Was it 10 seconds? Yeah, but I just stopped here.
Yes, slightly more. I want to give the audience time to ask their questions as well. Christiana, I'm just going to ask a question that is related to the previous panel because we heard Doha and Luther talk about the Google search case quite a lot, and your paper actually speaks to that, and I would like you to sort of push your results a little bit further. Judge Mehta was very lenient with the Google search case. Google was found to have abused their monopolistic position, but then put quite lenient remedies, in part because of the changes brought up by generative AI and LLMs. Is your paper proof that he made a mistake?
You're putting a little bit of pressure on me with this question. Okay, so our study is very much limited to what is the reaction of users to different user experiences and the architectures. So we are not even manipulating if Google AI overview is appearing or not. This is something that is very much endogenous and that can be caused by the intent and how complex is the request of the user. We know that looking at their numbers, if Google AI overview has reduced by a lot the click-through rates, right?
Yeah.
So this is something that has been seen and commented as something that Google did, kind of damaging themselves, but less than they would have if they didn't. Is that correct? So I don't know what is happening at the business level, but there is some effect that we are seeing on the consumer side that I would say is kind of unexpected, because when you think of LLMs, the first concern that everyone has been discussing is just the reduction in search costs, and therefore assuming that consumers are kind of elastic through the, in terms of how much to spend online. We see that sort of inelasticity, if we want to say that. People kind of stay online. If they finish a task, they move on to something, but I think this is the main result we find. People stay online. If they finish something, they just stay. And this is not damaging Google, but perhaps not in a way that Google has even envisioned, because when they launched the AI overview, and they were looking only at the potential reduction in the click streams and all the lost revenues in the ad tech side. But this is something that is not considering that people might be, supported towards using a new tool and doing something else. And this is something that is just disruptive. I don't know. This is my interpretation of this.
Yeah.
Does this answer
Thank
your
you.
question?
Yeah, maybe. Yes. Thank you. Let's open it up for questions from the audience. And maybe we can, given time, we can collect 2 or 3 questions and then we answer them all.
Fascinating presentation, Christiana. I had a follow-up question to that about the CMA just designated Google as having search, significant market power in search. And they took a slightly different view there, saying AI overviews as part of what they're going to look at. But then they said Gemini is not going to be part of it. And does your work kind of support that view? Because I think I saw some slides there which said when people use GPT or Gemini separately as a product versus when it's in search.
So
let's collect a few more questions so that we at least hear them.
I also have a question for Christiana. In terms of the effect on sites visited, or I guess in the aggregate and post LLM usage, it feels like there's a need for a more granular categorization. Just to take a toy example, like let's say I used to read news from lots of independent news publisher websites, and I switched and I read all my news from ChatGPT now, and that frees up a lot of my time to like reload my email constantly. So then I'm sorry. I actually don't reply to your emails that well, so that's okay. The concern that you outlined at the beginning of your presentation would still be present, right? All this like what's happening to the web, right? Like if the sites that people are visiting in higher volume because they have more free time, because the AIs are summarizing news for them, are not news sites or are not, they're not substituting the LLM consumption is not substituting for the thing that they are consuming in higher volume, then what do we know? I'm just curious if there's if you have more granular data that you're looking at from a category perspective, and also just whether your data was just desktop or was it desktop and mobile.
And there's one last person over there. And then Christiana, you'll have 10 seconds per question.
Yeah, sorry, but my question is also to Christiana. So this complementarity between LLMs and search will like fade over time, not just because of like this maybe easy question of if it's like habit formation or learning by users, but because like LLMs are going to be integrated into hardware. So for example, in our operating systems, if I wear Meta glasses and I ask Meta a question, I cannot click on any link, I cannot search. So once like the LLM is like the main tool, is the result going to survive, or are things going to change?
30 seconds, and maybe again, I can manage a bit. Okay, so thank you very much for the questions. I respond in order. In terms of AI overview and Gemini, I would agree that they are separate markets. And this is because AI overview is triggered even when the user doesn't even know they exist. I have my grandma literally searches on Google and sees AI overview, and I wouldn't say that there is a strictly positive demand from her to AI overview, and she doesn't know what Gemini is. So I would say they are separate markets from what I'm seeing. But now going to Miguel, even if it's not the second one, things are going to change. I see how LLMs will be integrated in very different tools. That's why this paper is just providing a snapshot of what we have as more or less representative panel of users and desktop behaviors. And this is going to change, and with the interoperability, with integration in operating systems, I would agree that things might look very different. However, I'm not entirely sure. We know that OpenAI and other AI companies like Anthropic, they have a lot of contracts that are stipulating with the publishers and news websites, specifically to have the right to use their data and scrape their information for their training models and to provide information to users. This could be a solution that has not been dictated by regulation, for what I know, but I see there is something that is happening in the US and potentially some solution that can be supported. Going back to the second question, so I agree. Yeah, we have granular data to investigate that. We should, and was one of the last steps, I didn't mention that, but we have granular data. We are able to really see this increase in websites is still including, is a net increase, but it's still including a reduction in the visits to news websites. Potentially, yes. We are going to look into that. We just capture diversity though. So our result speaks to diversity, but of course it can contain a negative effect for a certain category of websites, including those ones. Maybe in iteration of this, we will look at that. And I hope I answered
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the presenters. And now it's lunchtime.
That's okay. Maybe we changed it. So lunch, is this on? Yes, this is on. Lunch is over there again. You can go get your food. We have 45 minutes for people to eat and chat, and then the lightning talks will start at 1:15. So 1:15 for lightning talks. Again, we have 6 lightning talks from our poster presenters. As I said earlier, we had way too many great papers to feature on the full agenda, but we're very lucky to have lightning talks from these folks, and they will introduce themselves and you get 5 minutes each. So we will start with Jan Frederick.
Thank you. I'm an assistant professor.
If you want to.
I can?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, I'm an assistant professor for economic law and law of the digital economy at the University of Münster in Germany. And I'm presenting a paper with the title Future-Proofing the DMA for Agentic AI, Lessons from the AI Act. My basic research question is, does the European Digital Markets Act apply to agentic AI services? And I have in mind some autonomous AI shopping agents, which I'm pursuing as an example in the paper. They work fully autonomous on behalf of consumers visiting the websites of retailers, and if they find the product they are searching for, they are buying it for the consumer. First real-life examples already exist of these services, for example, Perplexity Shopping AI or ChatGPT Shopping. From a more general perspective, the paper is a thought experiment whether and how the DMA could handle these forms of autonomous AI services. So what is the problem with that? The DMA includes in Article 2 only a static list of core platform services. In particular, it is meant for classic platform business models such as search engines, online intermediation services, virtual assistants, and web browsers. They are all defined in the DMA, and the definitions are mirroring more or less the platform economy from 2020 to 2022, so when the DMA was actually written. The EU claims, nevertheless, that the DMA is written in a way that is future-proof and that it can also be applied to AI. But guess what? This is probably not the case for AI services, especially for agentic AI and also for parts of generative AI. In the paper, I analyzed the definitions of the core platform services, of online intermediation services, virtual assistants, and also web browsers. And I came to the conclusion that they all do not really fit to agentic AI. For agentic AI as online intermediation service, it's a bit problematic because the definition of online intermediation services in the DMA requires a 3-party relationship. So you need a contract between the consumer and the platform and a business user. But because the agent is only working on behalf of the consumer, you're probably missing the contract between the platform and here the provider of the agent service and the business user. The agentic AI service is also not a virtual assistant because the virtual assistant, under the definition of the DMA, must control another device. It's obviously not the case, or another software. And the DMA means by another software, a software application that is written for the virtual assistant. By only visiting the websites of retailers, this is obviously not the case. And agentic AI is also no web browser in the meaning of the DMA, because the DMA requires for that to be a web browser that consumers get at least the option to interact with web content. As only AI agents interact with the web content and consumers being just there passively, this is also not going to work. So in conclusion, the DMA does not apply to AI shopping agents. So I was searching to find a solution to make the DMA a bit more flexible, but to keep the list of platform services in Article 2, to keep also the enforcement speed up. And I came up to 2 solutions. The first one would be to introduce a general definition of core platform services and would give the Commission an additional mechanism to design gatekeepers by testing this definition in a market investigation. So if the Commission can prove in the market investigation that this agentic service, for example, poses same problems as the current existing core platform services in the DMA, it would have the right to designate such a service as a gatekeeper. The second solution would be to take a look at the AI Act. The AI Act introduces rules, for example, for high-risk AI systems. And these are systems that pose high risk to health, safety, and fundamental rights. And the AI Act uses a list of these services that's looking like the DMA core platform services list. But in comparison, the Commission is in the AI Act allowed to adopt delegated acts, so without a legislative procedure, to add other services to the list. This is an option we don't have currently in the DMA, but taking a look at the AI Act, I think that's a reasonable procedure. So in conclusion, the DMA is not future-proof for AI agents, but I think slight changes can go a long way here. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. So my name's Thomas, and I'm a researcher at the Open Data Institute in London. I'm presenting a paper called Defining Real Time, which was developed in collaboration with Chris Riley and Lisa Dussault at the Data Transfer Initiative. And our work also kind of focuses on the DMA. So Article 6.9 of the DMA mandates that users be given continuous and real-time access to their data. But when you look at the DMA compliance reports, the implementation of this article is very varied. You know, some instances include one-off kind of dumps of user data in a CSV format available after about 2 weeks to a month, which doesn't feel very real-time intuitively. So we wanted to investigate this question of what it actually means for a data transfer to be real-time. And to do that, we looked at 18 different consumer applications, going a bit broader than the DMA's remit, who marketed themselves as providing continuous and real-time access to data. Those were in kind of 3 different use case areas: health tech, finance, and also social media. And the framework that we ended up coming up with defines kind of 2 different measures of real time. So strictly speaking, there is absolute real time, or so we call it, which is the point at which the event is occurring in the real world. So this is kind of true real time. But then there's also this more kind of contextual measure of real time, which we call functional real time, which is really the threshold beyond which there is no point making a data transfer any faster because you've exceeded human perceptual limits or exceeded expectations about an event occurring. For example, if you wanted to receive a push notification about your birthday happening every year, it's probably not much use in you receiving that quicker than once a year. So there is a lot of context behind what real time actually means. So we defined functional real time, which is contained in the report, our methodology for that. And we wanted to map the consumer applications against this threshold to see which ones fell under, which ones met it, and which ones exceeded it. Now, quite a few of these applications actually kind of fell underneath this threshold. And we wanted to kind of isolate some choices that were made in the architecture of them that might explain why there is this kind of latency. And we therefore developed a kind of taxonomy of real-time data transfers. And we found a few kind of interesting reasons why a vendor might introduce some latency as a trade-off into their data transfers. I've just picked out a couple of examples, but there are a few more in the report. One of which is we looked at kind of payment service providers, and a lot of their solutions sort of fell below this threshold because, especially in Europe, we have a set of regulations called PSD2, which mandate kind of fraud checks on payment services. And so, a lot of these organizations argued that there is kind of a trade-off between latency and security in their services. They need some kind of intermediating algorithm to check for fraud. And the second example comes from X filtered stream. So this is the kind of API that X makes available for users to receive a real-time feed of their data. This fell quite far below the threshold because they want to avoid what they call a raw fire hose of user data. And they've basically introduced some LLM to help attach metadata tags to the data, signaling whether it violates their TOS, whether it's actually safe, and they call this adding analytical value to the data. So these are both kind of examples of justifications for a data transfer not being strictly real time, but nonetheless still adding some value. Just looking forward, thank you very much. Just looking forward to where we want to take this research. So this is more of a proof of concept. The full graph and kind of visual model is in the report. We would like to make this a bit more robust by turning it kind of into a mathematical model, which could then allow policymakers to further zero in on a yes/no decision on whether something is compliant with this real-time article. So yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Asad Ramzanali. I'm at the Vanderbilt Policy Accelerator, which is part of Vanderbilt University. I'm going to tell you a bit about my paper, How to Regulate the Cloud. As I show in my paper, this $750 billion market lacks the competitive forces for a healthy competitive market, but it also has so much of society depends on cloud computing that it creates national security risks as well. The problems of the cloud are well documented in investigations by the FTC. The House Judiciary Committee included it in their antitrust investigation a few years ago, but also competition authorities both in Europe and across Asia. We also see think tanks and academics have written about it. But interestingly, even investors like Andreessen Horowitz have talked about the problems of the cloud market. Across all that work, 5 market failures stick out to me. One is concentration. So 3 hyperscalers, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, make up 2/3 of the market. And that has a lot of implications for all those who depend on it. Vertical integration. Each of these hyperscalers is involved in the chips market, which is below the cloud market. They all use chips. And they all have applications of some kind or of another that compete with their own customers. They have simultaneously each become suppliers, customers, competitors, and investors of their cloud customers. They all are conglomerates that offer varying services in addition to cloud services. And that has implications for bundling and tying, but it also has implications for their ability to surveil their customers and copy their businesses. We see that with Amazon famously. They have different and opaque types of pricing models and specific practices to this market, something they call committed spend discount and cloud credits, which they do in ways that create a bunch of problems. And then finally, there's high switching cost. There are technical reasons for why that is. Moving a bunch of data is complicated, but also there are practices like egress fees, where you get charged to move data out of a cloud provider, but not in. And if you're a large customer, that can be hundreds of thousands of dollars. So in addition to those market failures, there's national security risks. Nearly every Fortune 500 company, every major federal government agency, and many critical infrastructure providers depend on cloud computing. That means that if there's an outage, whether that's an adversarial attack or a technical failure or anything else, what it leads to is we've seen grounded flights, hospital operations are degraded, government services are impacted. These are the real world impacts. And also, because the cloud is so critical for AI in particular, and AI has become central to the geopolitical conversation between the US and China in particular, any inefficiencies in that market actually have an impact on the geopolitical positioning in the US. So I recommend a 6-part framework for federal legislation and try to draw that out by writing draft text, because some of the trade-offs and what you might propose happen there. First, structural separation. So classically, the cloud is looked at as kind of 3 parts: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. My recommendation is platform and infrastructure as a service have become so tied that those are hard to separate, but those are effectively closer to the metal. You could draw a line between that and the software as a service and AI layers. Second, neutrality and non-discrimination, which would deal with a number of the complex incentives that create conflicts of interest here. Third, data portability and interoperability. Those are really hard to do in this market because of a lot of both technical reasons of the amount of data involved, but also the cloud is actually hundreds of services, and figuring out how to do that with each of those is difficult. There are good starting points here, and we could do things like prohibit egress fees as a starting point. And then for national security, I won't go into these as much detail, but designating cloud as critical infrastructure sector would have some benefits, restricting foreign adversary ownership or control, and then instituting know your customer requirements, which is something the first Trump administration and the Biden administration have pushed for. So that as a package would deal with a lot of the problems of the market. Importantly, recent debates around data centers have focused on energy and water and environmental issues and tax subsidies and a whole host of other issues that this paper doesn't deal with. I want to end with just talking a little bit about the term cloud computing, and it's a little funny in some ways. Clouds are whimsical, and they're something that kids look up to and think about the shapes and the movements and their water vapor that disappears. Cloud computing is hard architecture. It is warehouses full of servers that hum, and they're made of metal and silicon and fiber. That obfuscation in some ways, the hard infrastructure element, people get why government intervention or regulations needed in hard infrastructure, but calling it cloud computing actually puts a layer between the like, why would we regulate here? So that's the thing I wanted to end with, but I appreciate you all being here and being interested.
Sorry, it's a tight squeeze there. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pegah Murati. I'm a PhD candidate in information science at Cornell. I'm going to be presenting a paper I co-authored with Krista Balchera, my advisor, and Alessandro Chisti, titled Economic Rationales for Regulating Behavioral Ads. So this is part of a broader debate on online behavioral advertising that kind of pits legal and ethical arguments from privacy advocates against economic arguments, oftentimes leveraged by the ad tech industry. These are arguments like behavioral targeting is a win-win for all stakeholders. By having behavioral data intermediaries can reduce search costs, improve matching. I think you guys are all pretty familiar with these sorts of arguments. And ultimately that this is the funding model of the free internet as we know it. So having regulation in this area could have these sort of like apocalyptic, catastrophic effects. But anecdotally, we also see that the vast majority of consumers say that they think the risks of behavioral targeting, behavioral data collection outweighs the benefits that they see. That's from a Pew survey. We see that publishers are experiencing declining revenues, opaque fees, and that merchants are criticizing the lack of transparency and lamenting ad fraud. So these are sort of anecdotal things that we see compared with the ad tech industry's common arguments. And so what we wanted to do is ultimately see what does the actual body of theoretical and empirical economic literature say about online behavioral targeting and its regulation? And do they actually support the arguments that the ad tech industry is making based on this economic evidence? So our paper looks at the economic work. The spoiler, we find that there are some rationales for regulating behavioral advertising that are based on the economic work. And the empirical work in general is just more nuanced than the way that the ad tech industry often portrays it as. So in the theoretical literature, we see that while the win-win framing of the ad tech industry is theoretically valid, a framework where data intermediaries are exploiting their position to extract value and accumulate value is also equally theoretically valid. So based on this, it's not necessarily the case that there will be a win-win just because of the way that the market is shaped. And then in the empirical economic evidence, the way that the paper works is that we go through each stakeholder and look at the data or the evidence for each stakeholder. So we start with intermediaries, looking at the claims that intermediaries reduce search costs, they improve matching, they benefit and distribute value to other stakeholders. And what we find is that in the empirical economic literature, there is some evidence of reduction in search costs, but there's also generally a dearth of empirical economic studies on how these benefits are allocated to other stakeholders in the market. When it comes to merchants, we see that merchants do experience increased click-through rates, conversion rates, and retention rates, but the studies on these tend to capture local redistributive effects across merchants rather than these general aggregate producer surplus effects. When it comes to publishers, we see evidence of increase in per impression revenues, but also there's mixed evidence on the extent of that increase, and also studies don't capture, again, these aggregate level perspectives of increased competition among publishers. And when it comes to consumers, lastly, there's evidence of reduction in consumer search costs, but also some evidence of consumer welfare decreasing effects in terms of prices, product quality, and online fraud. So ultimately, our argument is that there is an economic case for regulation to be made, but a lot of it will rely on future economic work involving more global scale empirical studies. So considering data across platforms, regulatory contexts, and stakeholders, rather than focusing on these singular contexts. And then independent platform evaluations when there's studies being done on certain platforms. Scholars and researchers should ensure independence from those platforms, and they should be conducted under a pre-registered analysis plan. We heard about this a little bit yesterday, I think, with some of the ways that different platforms are funding different economic studies. So ultimately, our paper is forthcoming in the Yale Journal of Law and Technology, so we hope that it is legible to policymakers and law scholars and the like. So happy to answer any questions or talk about the paper more afterwards.
Sorry.
So hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here. My name is Jeffrey Gleason. I'm a fifth-year computer science PhD candidate at Northeastern University. Today, I'm going to discuss a project called Determinants and Effects of Buy Box Suppression on Amazon that was just accepted at the web conference upcoming in April. So what is buy box suppression? Well, the vast majority of sales on Amazon flow through the buy box. Sometimes Amazon decides not to feature any of the available offers for a product and suppresses or hides the buy box. So why should you care about this intervention? Well, there are two reasons. First, it's a contention in the current FTC antitrust case against Amazon, where there's a disagreement about what triggers this policy. On one hand, the FTC argues that lower prices on competitor websites trigger buy box suppression. On the other hand, Amazon argues that it is responding to worse quality offers within their platform. The second reason, independent of the specific triggers of suppression, is that there are numerous accounts firsthand from third-party sellers that this policy does have a significant impact on them. They fall substantially in search, they're sales rank craters, they can't appear in ads or recommendations. Okay, so our research questions flow from this motivation. We first ask, what are the determinants or predictors of suppression? Then what are the impacts of suppression on third-party sellers in terms of their search rank, sales rank, and placement in ad slots? And then finally, how do prices on competitor websites respond to suppression events? How do we go about answering this question? So a big contribution of this project is that we built a new web scrape data set, which is publicly available on the Harvard Dataverse. Feel free to scan the QR code on my poster. Could be of use for other studies about cross-platform e-commerce dynamics. Specifically, it tracks 18,000 product markets on Amazon over the course of 8 weeks in 2024. It's recorded at hourly frequency. So this is an improvement to other web scrape data sets. It's very high frequency, highly granular. And there are a total of around 60,000 unique competitor websites that appear in one cell of the panel. Okay, so what are our main findings? So first, with respect to the determinants of suppression, we found that the strongest predictor of suppression was changes to the offers on Amazon. So when there was an increase in the minimum price on Amazon, there was a much smaller effect of whether a price on a competitor website like Walmart was lower. In terms of impacts on third-party sellers, we see that their search rank plummets almost immediately after suppression. So it's about a 100% relative increase, going higher, worse in the search rank. Sales take longer to materialize, impact on sales rank, that's around 12% worse within 48 hours. And then sellers completely disappear from placements in ad slots within about 12 hours of a suppression incident. So overall kind of implications, it's very bad timing. Overall implications, our findings do align a little bit more with Amazon's public explanation of how they are instituting this policy. It also shows that the policy of buy box suppression is a very significant intervention that Amazon uses to govern third-party sellers on its platform. And an important limitation is our data was collected in 2024. So this is after the FTC's lawsuit was filed. It doesn't reflect behavior potentially in the history of Amazon's existence. So yeah, happy to discuss more.
Hey everyone, my name is Kark Kandula and I'm a computer science PhD candidate at Princeton University and a recent graduate from Yale Law School. And I'm going to be presenting research titled Competition by Design, Experimental Evidence on Search Engine Use and Choice Architecture Interventions. So earlier this week, the Department of Justice filed its notice of appeal in the Google search antitrust case, signaling its intent to push for stronger remedies. One remedy the government advanced during the remedies phase of the trial is the use of choice screens, so interfaces that prompt users to select a default search engine rather than inheriting whatever default they're provided by Google. But critics argue that choice screens are unlikely to meaningfully disrupt Google's position. So that skepticism is informed in part by the European Union's experience with choice screens on Android devices that were introduced in 2019 and were found to produce only modest changes in user behavior. Against this backdrop, I'm working with Professor Jonathan Mayer at Princeton University, who's in the back, as well as Sean Coney at the University of Melbourne, to assess the real-world effectiveness of such interventions. So our study aims to examine how default search engine settings shape user choices and how a variety of design interventions that are modeled on plausible remedial frameworks that are actually available to regulators and courts, how those influence user search behavior. So we employ a two-phase experimental design targeting both desktop and mobile platforms, and we recruit participants via Prolific. Through the first phase of the study, we are able to establish a behavioral baseline through browsing history data, as well as elicit perceptions of search engine quality, utility, and preference. And in that first phase, we also administered the interventions across the experimental conditions. We follow up 2 weeks later with a second phase in which we assess the durability of observed effects and behavioral shifts. And that enables us to evaluate the efficacy of these choice architecture interventions over time. And I want to briefly highlight our mobile methods, which are a core contribution of this project. So we target iPhone users and implement choice architecture interventions using iOS shortcuts and collect behavioral data through Safari history data exports. So through the iOS shortcuts, we're allowed to programmatically modify users' default search engine settings on their iOS devices and test a range of realistic remedial designs. So for instance, some participants see the standard iOS list of search engines on the choice screen that we implement, which has Google listed as the first option. In other conditions, participants will have Google listed as the last option in the range of options. And in still another condition, we completely remove Google as an option on the choice screen. And we also include a condition that bypasses the choice screen entirely, in which we just automatically switch participants to DuckDuckGo as their default search engine. So these capabilities, programmatic control over iOS settings, as well as the ability to export browsing history data for Safari, are enabled by iOS updates that have been released within the past year. And these methods, even outside the context of this study, support scalable naturalistic field experiments that were previously infeasible on mobile platforms. So we've completed mobile data collection, and that's yielded full behavioral data from roughly 900 participants, and we have results forthcoming. But just to wrap up, I think ultimately what we're hoping to do with this study is to bring empirical grounding to behavioral remedies in digital platform markets more broadly. While our focus is on search, the underlying challenges that we're hoping to explore extend across domains where oftentimes legal and policy debates have outpaced our ability to measure the real-world effects of potential remedies. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for doing that a little bit last minute. Join me in thanking our lightning talk presenters. We're going to move straight into the next panel, so you get to stick around. And Chris and Keitan are coming up for innovation, AI, and antitrust.
I'm fine. We could, yeah, I don't know. Maybe take a little.
You gonna go first?
I guess.
Which one's first?
I think I'm first.
I think you are.
Yeah.
Yes. Executive Director of the Data Transfer Initiative. I've been working on these issues for a long time, wearing a lot of different hats across the different people in this room who I know. Delighted to be here and delighted to welcome these two papers on innovation, AI, and antitrust, things that you may not have thought about in all three together at any point yet, but they are all extremely well interconnected. And as you can tell, I'm improvising all of this. Without further ado, I'm going to invite up first Ketan Ahuja to present his paper, and then Jan Frederick Guzel will go after that, and then we'll do a couple of questions from me and then go out to the audience. So Ketan, please. And the slides will come up, right? Great.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm Ketan, I'm a fellow at Harvard's Kennedy School, and my paper's on innovation ecosystems in antitrust. So one thing we know is that innovation should be antitrust central harm. So if we think of GDP as a product of technology, capital, and labor, people have over the long term calculated in many different studies that technology is the main determinant in GDP growth. But innovation is often peripheral in antitrust cases. And that's, it often appears, but it's often not the main harm that litigants argue. And that can be because innovation harms are pretty hard to measure. But I think a large part of the reason is because antitrust law focuses on the incentive to innovate and often neglects questions around the ability to innovate. So how does innovation happen? Well, one view is that innovation happens because people work very hard at problems. So if you take effort and you add the incentive, then you get innovation. And this view suggests that innovation policy is really about maximizing the incentives of innovators. This is a view that's deeply embedded in neoclassical economics. But innovators, we know innovators need the incentive to innovate, but they also need the ability to innovate. So what goes into the ability to innovate? And here's a model that I'd like to suggest. Something researchers on innovation have found is that new technologies are often recombinations of existing technologies. So if you take a car and you add a battery to it, you get an electric car. And that's a new technology. And this is a general finding across lots of domains. When we create new things, they're often a new combination of existing products or services. So this suggests that innovation policy should have a different objective, which is that it should make it easier for people to combine existing capabilities in new ways to create new products and services. And you can explore how this, like thinking about technology in this way, can be a good way of understanding lots of existing technologies. So this is Boeing's Dreamliner plane, and you can see that all the different parts of the plane, combinations of existing technologies from different places that have developed expertise in making lots of different parts of a plane, and then Boeing just adds them all together in a new architecture to create a new type of plane. So having different modules, having technology broken down into different modules that people can recombine is something that enables innovation. And we also know that innovation happens in supportive ecosystems. So innovation isn't spread evenly around the world, but it happens very intensively in a few specific places where all of the right ingredients for innovative activity exist in the same place. So these are places like San Francisco and Boston and New York, and Denver and Chicago are bigger cities than Boston, but Boston has a lot more innovation than Denver and Chicago because Boston has all the right ingredients for innovation to take place. And this presumably can't be about incentives because we assume that everyone in the US has the same incentive to innovate, but they just maybe don't have the right capabilities available to them. So I'd like to contrast for you two different models of how innovation happens. One is what I call innovation as incentives, focused on the incentive to innovate. And this is where the kind of central focus of inquiry is on agents or innovators or firms. And we think innovation here happens because innovators apply effort to a problem motivated by their incentives. And innovation policy should maximize innovators' incentives to innovate. And then another model is really about the ability to innovate. And the focus is different. The focus is really on relationships between agents or kind of how different capabilities can be combined in an ecosystem. Innovation under this model happens because innovators have access to all of the capabilities or technologies they need to create new products and services. And then innovation policy should maximize innovators' access to these capabilities. And I think antitrust law focuses on innovation incentives rather than innovation capabilities for the most part. You can see this in reasoning in the US. So in the recent case against Facebook, Judge Boasberg went on and on about innovation incentives and talked about how Facebook needed to maintain the incentive to invest in its innovation. So Facebook's refusal to interoperate with competitors couldn't violate antitrust law. It also motivates European case law, and this is in a similar domain in European antitrust law, where the discussion in Oscar Bronner and Mediaprint was really all about the incentive to invest in particular facilities for distribution, and how we don't want to undermine that incentive. And it also motivates British competition law, where a lot of the narrative is really the same, kind of along the same reasoning or similar lines. And I think this idea of how innovation happens is really baked into the structure of antitrust. So, the process of market definition is really about figuring out a space where competitors go head to head against each other, as Fiona said earlier. And then we think about what are the incentives of different competitors in that space. The focus, the objects of study are often kind of firms and their incentives. And then what litigants have to prove in antitrust cases is often related to incentives. So for example, in a recent merger between United Healthcare and Change, the government litigating to stop that merger had to prove that United Healthcare's incentives to innovate would be diminished. And then I think this is especially true in innovation spaces because innovation harms are often very hard to measure. And so we rely generally on these economic ideas to structure antitrust law. We had a whole panel on ecosystems earlier, so I'm just not going to go into that. But I think what this leads to is, I think antitrust case law often has this immune system against innovation arguments, where what you see often in cases is that innovation concerns may arise and an agency may try to intervene. But then somewhere in the discussion, lawyers or the court invokes this paradigm that innovation is about incentives. And then the debate in the case focuses on how do you best protect the incentives to innovate of different firms. And then courts really start to emphasize, okay, well, we need to protect the innovator's ability to profit from their innovations. And then the court declines to intervene. So it has this immune system that is a response to these arguments based on these this incentive paradigm about how innovation takes place. And I think we can counter that by integrating ideas about innovation capabilities or the ability to innovate into antitrust. And I think we need a new language to do so. So I'm going to suggest to you a new lexicon for these sorts of arguments. One is that we need a word for a capability. If innovation is about the ability to innovate, and the ability to innovate comes from combining different technologies, then we need to be able to express that in a word for a capability, which I'm going to suggest is the ability to do or make something that's economically valuable. So this is really like tacit know-how or economically useful knowledge as applied in production. We need to know how easy or hard are capabilities to transfer or recombine into new technologies. And so some capabilities are going to be encoded into manuals or codes, and some are going to be tacit knowledge based in teams or networks or groups of people. And then sometimes capabilities are going to be put into products as embodied knowledge, and that you can just use whenever you use a product. You don't need to know how to make the product. You can just plug it in, like Boeing assembling these different parts of an aircraft. I think we also need a way to express how capabilities are close or far from each other, which is just a measure of relational proximity or how easy they are to be combined. And then we need some way of expressing the techno-economic domain. So what is the domain of technology that defines the set of capabilities needed to innovate in a space? If you want to create a new technology, what are all the different sub-technologies that you need access to if you want to try and combine them in a new way? And I think this is really, I just want to contrast how this idea might be a bit different from antitrust's current intellectual architecture around market definition. So in antitrust, we often start cases by defining the market, where we say, okay, here's one horizontal market, and this is a downstream horizontal market, and then there's another conglomerate market. And we're really looking at how firms in these horizontal markets compete with each other, or how activity maybe from outside one market affects how firms in this horizontal market can go head to head. I think techno-economic domain, it's really a different concept. It's really about what are the inputs and outputs to a service, or what are the inputs and outputs to this kind of area of innovative activity. And then we need a word for modules and modularization. So if capabilities get transferred more easily when they're put into these modules that you can plug into different things, then we need a vocabulary that lets us speak about modularization and this process of compartmentalizing capabilities in ways that they can more easily be recombined. I had a good conversation earlier around open source software, and how open source software is a good example of this, where one of the reasons why innovation happens so effectively in the software domain is because you have all these open source packets of software that people can just pull in as plugins or APIs, and you don't need to rebuild a whole set of things, but it's very easy to recombine different bits of software because they're all in these different modules or packets or open source projects. So this gives us a new lexicon for thinking about the ability to innovate in antitrust law, where we say innovators combine capabilities in new ways to make new products and services. Innovation policy should aim to give innovators better access to capabilities that they need to innovate, making them more relationally proximate within a techno-economic domain. And antitrust can promote innovation by modularizing technologies or building blocks of production, giving innovators more access to different capabilities as modules. And we need a limiting principle, I think. This can't just be something that applies to everything. So let's go back to the start, where we said innovators need both the incentive to innovate and the ability to innovate. And I think we can balance these two in antitrust by saying we promote the ability to innovate until we start undermining incentives to innovate too much. And I think this leads to some policy prescriptions for antitrust. Many of these are the sorts of things that people discuss already in digital market spaces. But here's a different rationale for getting to them or justifying them or or thinking about them. So within the space of anti-competitive agreements, we need to regulate exclusivity agreements that tend to tie up important capabilities. And we probably need to ban employee non-competes that prevent employees from moving around and taking their tacit know-how with them. This also would justify in merger regulation. It might apply to arguments around modularizing key capabilities. So you might want to keep two companies apart or bring them closer together because that makes them more or less proximate in different ways. And it might also restrict how we think or change how we think about acqui-hires. You know, you don't want companies to go in and pick up a team where it means that suddenly a set of tacit know-how that was being put into products is now the exclusive domain of one company. And then it also helps us think about monopolization law and abuses by dominant companies and things like the essential facilities doctrine. So I'm going to close by suggesting a couple of legal tests that we could use in antitrust case law and thought to implement some of these ideas. So we might start by assessing the techno-economic domain alongside defining a market. And then we might ask, are there capabilities within this domain that are particularly important? And can many market participants access these capabilities easily? And then we might ask, how does the antitrust event change how market participants can access these capabilities? Does it make it easier or harder in the domain as a whole for innovators to access these capabilities? And then we might balance efficiencies or trade-offs and apply our limiting principle where we don't want to undermine incentives to innovate too much. So I think this is the subject of my paper, and I thank you for listening.
Hello again. Just for the sake of completeness, I have nothing to disclose. And I want to change the perspective now with this talk and taking a look at the competitive behavior of newcomers when they probably happen to disrupt digital market. So just to give a quick overview about the topics I want to cover, I would just want to briefly touch on how AI-driven disruption works in the digital economy and how newcomers can be successful in a certain market segment. And with this, my main thesis is that the emergence of a disruptive newcomer may not lead to an overall increase of market contestability, so more competition, more open markets in the digital economy. The second point, I'm then questioning how we should deal with that insight from a competition policy perspective. And there, my conclusion is that we should think about applying some competition rules also to disruptive newcomers, because this might be necessary to prevent further market tipping in these new market segments and also to prevent the unfair building of new digital ecosystems. And in the third part of the presentation, I want to deal with some newcomer rules that are already existent in the DMA and also by applying competition rules to these scenarios. So let me start with a very, very brief introduction of how AI-driven disruptions work. And for this, you just have to make sure that you remember that indirect competition trumps direct competition in the digital economy. So a competitive threat for the incumbent probably comes from another market or market segment with another business model. And for that, there are different approaches in management literature to explain the market success of a newcomer. And this can also be applied to AI. And the first theory that can be applied to AI newcomers is the demand-oriented approach that was put forward by Clayton Christensen and the theory of disruptive innovation in the late 90s and was then developed further for the digital economy, especially by Joshua Ganz. And this is the new market disruption subcategory applying to AI, because when we consider the business model, for example, of Perplexity and also of ChatGPT or ChatGPT search, they are catering for a different group of users than, for example, traditional search engines do. But they are also reigning in the business model of, for example, search engines, as we have seen before in the presentation. So it's kindly split between catering a new demand and some forms of existing demand. So they have, because they cater for this new demand, the option to gain a foothold in the market and to establish themselves beside of the incumbent being present. And the second theory is the capabilities-oriented approach, which was put forward by Henderson and Clark and also by David Teese. And this is more in line with the business model of TikTok. When TikTok came to the US and Europe, they relied on a different algorithm and also a different form of presentation in the social media markets by relying on short videos and reels. And this was also based on a different technology that couldn't be easily followed by Meta, by Instagram and Facebook. And this allowed TikTok to gain a foothold in the market, especially for younger users, and then establish a form of market power in this market segment. So when we consider how AI-driven disruption works, we can ask what will be the medium and long-term market outcomes. And for this, I think it's necessary to make clear that disruption, so the change in the market structure, does not necessarily mean that there is a form of creative destruction, which I mean by the incumbent being driven out of the market by the newcomer. Instead, there are several outcomes possible, and I try to elaborate on that a bit deeper in my paper. One obvious option is, of course, creative destruction, so the incumbent leaving the market, but this is very, very unlikely for the digital economy because the incumbents have the means for a successful defense strategy because they have sufficient funds and also the capabilities to address threats from AI services. So we will probably see more likely a successful defense, for example, Google also introducing AI overviews and therefore defending against, for example, ChatGPT and also Perplexity, so by changing and self-disrupting their business model, which might lead also to the newcomers being completely driven out of the market in the future. But as I conclude in the paper, the most likely scenario is that we'll see some form of market segmentation, that the incumbents are catering for some parts of the demand with a legacy service that is partly adapted to the disruptive service, for example, here AI and Google Search and introducing AI overviews, but the newcomers also catering for parts of the demand and then establishing themselves in the presence of the newcomer. So this would probably lead then to the emergence of disruptive newcomers, but not to more competition because they will probably share the market. So if we consider that, we can ask a question, should competition law address this issue and care also about newcomers? And you could really question that from a first perspective, because when we consider the balance between supporting innovation and protecting competition, we could say, well, this is good for innovation and this is also good for competition when we take into account that they probably pose a competitive threat to the incumbent. But I think when we consider that protecting the competitive process is the benchmark, this would be probably a bit too short-sighted because when disruption is really successful, the newcomer will have a position of power in its market segment, despite the incumbent's market presence. So also the newcomer can exert some of anti-competitive means by trying to tip the market segment in which it is present and also engage in some of the unfair ecosystem development, for example, applying platform development strategies. So from my perspective, we should think about intervening much earlier with regard to newcomers when they apply tipping strategies or the building of ecosystems in order to make markets in the future more open than they are today. So we can, after that, consider how competition law currently deals with newcomers. And the first thing that at least comes to mind from a European perspective is the Digital Markets Act. And the DMA contains in its present form a newcomer rule in Article 17.4 of the DMA, but it is kind of ineffective for AI because, as I've mentioned earlier, it's not applicable to most of the AI services in its current form. And the second problem with the newcomer rule is that it's mostly about exploitation. So it's not taking into account that newcomers can also engage in exclusionary strategies, trying to tip their market segment, but more about exploiting some of the business users. So from my perspective, the DMA is probably ineffective for that. So we should go back to the application of Article 102 TFEU or Section 2 of the Sherman Act. And for this, the first insight is that, of course, market definition is crucial, because if we consider the incumbent and the newcomer being in the same market, it is very unlikely that we can establish market dominance for the newcomer. So we should ask the question, when is it appropriate to define separate markets? And for that, the first insight is that the perspective we should take into account should not be technologically backward looking. So we can't rely on existing case law, because after the disruption, markets will change and look differently. So probably we can't rely in Europe on the Google Shopping or Google Android case for this, because the markets have changed and we can't really get insights and precedents from that. Because of that, I propose that we get a more forward-looking perspective by including insights from disruption theory and ask 3 questions. The first one would be, does the business model of the newcomer involve a feature that cannot be duplicated by the incumbent? Because then it is quite likely that it can control a form of new user demand. The second question is the newcomer serving new demand a unique user base going in the same direction that they can get a form of market power despite the incumbent being present? And the third question, has the newcomer new technological capabilities more in line with the capabilities form of disruption? So is there a technology the newcomer is using that the incumbent can't easily copy? If you answer these questions with yes, you should probably define a separate market for the newcomer. When you define a separate market for the newcomer, the next question would be, could you establish market dominance? And for that, you should also apply a forward-looking perspective and take into account that the current market shares are not really fully indicative for this fast-moving market development. Instead, you should ask, is there a competitive edge over other innovative firms in the segment and also over the incumbent? And to answer this question, you should rely on dynamic competition capabilities. And for example, you should rely on these relevant parameters. So you should take a look at the absolute and relative numbers of unique users. So how much is the new demand that is controlled by the newcomer? The second question is then, how is the funding structure? So is there any backing of, or how high is the backing of venture capital? And also the cooperation with big companies, because the cooperation of big companies will probably give them access to technological aspects like preferential aspects, access to data, or also to compute, which will give them an advantage in comparison to other companies. And also, is there a position of power in other regional markets, for example, in other countries? Because TikTok, when it came to Europe and also to the US, it had already established a dominant or a successful position in China, had some economies of scale and scope and also data advantages. So it was much easier to come to another market and there be successful there. So if you then establish market dominance, you should take into account, when you apply different theories of harm, that you should only care about exclusionary practices that maybe lead to market tipping or the building of unfair ecosystems by platform development, but not about or care about exploitation, because you have to give the newcomer a sufficient incentive to recoup the costs for the innovation, and therefore you should not apply some exploitation strategies that are currently the main focus of the DMA's rule for newcomers. Therefore, I would like to conclude that AI-driven disruptions may not increase market contestability, and that we need some tipping and ecosystem rules also for newcomers, that the DMA scope is unclear here, and that the newcomer rule is not fully effective. Therefore, we should rely on competition law, and this can play a vital role, but we need to apply it more forward-looking and obviously more prudently, because we should change the competition enforcement in this regard to intervene in these markets much earlier, as we have also heard before in a panel today, to not make the same mistakes in the digital economy we made 15 to 10 years ago, and to maybe lead to more open and fairer markets in the future. Thank you. And if you're interested to take a look at the final paper, you can download it via the QR code. Thank you.
Backup speaker.
And thank you, Frederick, as well. I don't know. Push, there we go, sorry. Thank you as well for reminding me about the disclosures. I will say that the Data Transfer Initiative, the organization I run, does work with tech companies. We do receive funding from them as well. We are not a trade association. Nothing I say, nothing we do represents the tech companies that we work with, a set that includes Google, Amazon, Apple, and Meta, as well as a handful of smaller companies, both in the United States and in Europe. I really enjoyed both of these papers. It also reminded me, which I had not thought about until Frederick was speaking, that many moons ago, I went on the legal market, the law academia market, thinking I wanted to be a law professor, but for a different path, et cetera, et cetera. But my job talk paper at the time was about the interconnection of elements necessary to be viable in the internet economy. And it was specifically on Christensen and disruptive innovation, creative destruction theories. And my argument was when incumbents can block access to those elements necessary to be part of the economy, a lot of that theory gets disrupted. When they can control key resources or capabilities that are needed by indirect competitors, it breaks a lot of the economic models and thinking. So anyway, that came back to mind many, many years later as you were speaking. The first question I have is for Frederick, so I'm going to keep you with the virtual microphone and then come back to Ketan. The fundamental insight from your paper, as I see it, is that disruption will not inherently displace dominant market players. It certainly feels right. Perhaps it has always been true. Perhaps this was indicative of the kinds of things I was thinking about many years ago. What has happened with AI? Is it increasing in effect? Your paper says AI-driven business models differ from traditional business models in ways that I'm sure are very relevant to this theory. Can we dig in on that a little bit more? And do the kinds of capabilities and the ability to innovate that Ketan wrote about in his work fit in here? Perhaps, for example, in the forward-looking interventions you mentioned, is that where we can find some competitive edges or some restrictions thereof?
Thank you very much for this question. And yes, of course, it's part of disruption theory that the incumbent doesn't really notice that there is a disruption going on. And because of that, they can't really adapt to their business model. And that's the reason why traditional disruption theory thinks that they are going out of the market. But that's probably not true for AI markets because the current incumbents are pretty much prepared for this disruption because it was quite obvious that this AI is in what form ever coming to the digital economy, and they were investing very heavily the last decade into AI and be ready. So because they were so successful in the platform markets, they have the sufficient funds and could also invest in the technologies necessary to also be very successful in AI markets. And despite that, they probably haven't really expected how AI will play out in the digital economy. They had at least the potential to really set the stage that they can play a vital role in this competition. And I think they are very successful doing that. And because of that, because of the technical features and also the economic features and the economic power of the current incumbents being so intertwined here, and this is different than with regard to disruption than in traditional markets. And when we consider like the business model of AI, it's also quite different because when we consider generative AI or agentic AI in the future, it has the potential to disintermediate to a certain extent platform markets because consumers don't really have to rely on platforms in the way we're using them at the moment, but you can only use, for example, a shopping agent I mentioned before, and just visit the retailer's websites. And therefore, also the technology is quite different than we have seen before in the digital economy, I think. And the capabilities, I think our papers really match quite well with regard to the capabilities approach because, we agree on that we should really integrate more capabilities, understanding and antitrust law enforcement. And I think that our approach matches quite well.
Thanks. I fully agree. For Ketan, You articulate capability as codes, manuals, tacit knowledge, embodied knowledge. What about resources or inputs? How much do we need to consider the availability of the resources that are required that go into the innovative outputs? And this is drawing from my work on data portability, where our goal is helping users move their personal data from one service to another. And it's motivated by the belief that that unlocks downstream innovation in potentially very significant ways, in addition to allowing for greater horizontal competition in certain contexts and circumstances. Do you think that fits in here too? What kinds of resources are involved? How can we translate this vision for the things that are required to innovate into sort of a technical practice? I know the appendix to your paper references open APIs, which certainly seems like a good example here. And then a bonus additional question. Lots of innovation is happening in AI, combining LLMs with interesting data sets and problem spaces. So the same sort of questions about what granularly goes into making innovation possible, and does AI change that in significant ways?
Great questions. Thanks for the reminder as well about disclosures. I received a small amount of support from the Roosevelt Institute for an earlier version of this project. On your question around definition of capabilities and whether it includes resources and inputs, I think I thought pretty hard in this paper about exactly how to define capabilities. And what I ended up landing on was that I didn't think it was right to define it in too restrictive a way. So I think I ended up considering capabilities to be applied knowledge that's useful in production. So the knowledge to make or do things that's economically valuable. And I think it would include resources or inputs, the ability to do things. I was that kind of codes, tacit knowledge, embodied knowledge was sort of more thinking about how tacit know-how is transmitted. And embodied knowledge is like it might be a product or an input or some kind of resource that you need to engage in a market. But basically, if you need certain sets of things to innovate within a techno-economic domain, whether they're inputs or resources, you probably don't want to push too hard on trying to include or exclude certain kind of categories of things. Go for more of like a purposive definition. I think it's a really interesting idea around how LLMs will open up different forms of know-how in production. One thing that as humans, it takes us a really long time to learn a new skill. They say it takes 10,000 hours, and that's often years of study. And LLMs take often, in a spiky way, not consistently, but they take that tacit know-how and put it in a machine and make it available to lots of different people. So I'd have to think that LLMs have to be a force for driving innovation, in that they make it a lot easier for people to access different bodies of knowledge that they might then wish to recombine in new ways to create new products and services. But I think that's just an intuition, and we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. It's also interesting to me that I think both of your papers really take a forward-looking, sort of proactive approach to thinking about how to promote innovation, which is just in very stark contrast to antitrust enforcement, which is a process that is more retroactive in nature and can take a very, very long time. Not meant to malign either approach, just to note the complementarity of them and the differences in context in which they are best applied and best used. I'd like to turn it over to the audience for questions. I saw one hand up over there earlier, so if we could get the microphone around, and then second, right here, Sanders running over with a microphone from this side, and then we've got the second lined up.
Hi, thanks. My question is for Ketan. So in your discussion of innovation, the build-up, we did not see much of discussion on the problem definition or like the crisis that leads to innovation, because problems, like innovation gives you a solution to a problem, but there was not much discussion on the problem. And I'm guessing the crisis or the seriousness of crisis is a big determinant of the capability or the ability to innovate. So when we are discussing the term capability and when we are trying to build metrics around it or trying to build a test around it, and if capability is subjective, then how can we go about building up a test? And so just your perspective on that.
It's an interesting question. I would have thought that the problem and the need to innovate is more around the demand for innovation rather than the supply. And capabilities, I kind of think of more as a supply side framework. And you know, sometimes innovation emerges in response to a very urgent need. We saw that in the COVID pandemic, where it took a year for everyone to invent a COVID vaccine, and then we had 5, and there was a very urgent need, and it created a problem, and there was a huge amount of incentive to innovate in one direction. But that also, you know, sometimes innovation just responds to unexpected serendipity and tinkering and creativity. And, you know, even then, those mRNA vaccines were built on, you know, 30 years of research that was pushed in one direction that most people didn't think was particularly promising, wasn't necessarily, you know, was foundational research, wasn't necessarily geared towards solving any particular immediate need, other than it might open up a new domain of possibilities. So I think both are important. And yeah, I think, you know, the problem space is very important. It just wasn't necessarily in my framework.
I'll have to give a brief shout out to Ed Felton's original notion of the freedom to tinker, which is one of the things that certainly inspired me to get into this line of work. Second question over here.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for the papers. And I would ask to Keaton some ideas that crossed my mind. So the first one is, how do you relate the concept that you're bringing, the innovation as capabilities, with the concept of innovation markets, the ones from the beginning of the 90 decades here in US, for example? I think Gilbert and Sunshine and Faro Shapiro goes within this kind of this concept. And if you know what I mean, right? The innovation markets, the innovation relevant markets, when you are not talking about the existing product, but a future product, and you will include the firms that have the ability to make this so it's more about the who is able to make the innovate in that direction that you were afraid of. For example, a merger can change the incentives and the ability to innovate in that direction. So maybe pipeline. So Dow DuPont is a good example when you see the pipelines and whatever it's necessary to do to create or to make the innovation in a new product. So it's a new market. It's not a relevant market that already exists, of a product that already exists. So this is one question. And the other question is, how do you feel? So I do think it's very important to talk about capabilities and not only about incentives. And when thinking about digital, how do you, and I think that capabilities and incentives are also different when we are talking about a incremental innovation or a disruptive innovation. So I wanted to hear if you have any thoughts on that, talking about digital in the digital market. So my perception is that it's going to be very different in depending on the gatekeepers and even the service that we're talking about. And so
Yeah,
that's
okay, great. No, thank you.
Too many questions. Thank you.
No, those are great. So on innovation markets, I'm not super familiar with that literature, but I guess if, if there's a space of potential competition or innovation, there's a new technology, and you think about the market as all the set of firms that is able to innovate in that space, then I think that feels very complementary to this framework where, presumably if you can anticipate a future technology domain arising, then you'd want to increase the number of firms that might be able to innovate in that space. And that's often, the function of government investments in research and industrial policy, but it can be relevant to antitrust, where if there's a certain set of things you need to innovate in that space, then, and there's an antitrust event that triggers a case around those needs, then I think that sounds very relevant. I think in the digital space, I think this same framework would apply in digital and non-digital spaces. But in the digital space, we have obviously huge issues around gatekeepers and market power and access to digital forms of infrastructure that are very relevant. And so it would be pretty complementary to those sorts of theories of harm in digital cases as they've been brought.
All right, we have a question from Nick over there, I see, and then I see a couple more hands.
This is maybe a bit unfair, Ketan, but I wonder in about 45 seconds whether you could, using the approach that you describe, maybe redo the Google search case. Just, I'm kind of thinking
45
about,
seconds.
Where does this come in? Do we put this in the complaint of, there's harms to innovation that go in the complaint? Do we then want a judgment about this in liability, or does this get brought out in remedies? And if you have thoughts about what might have happened in Google search that could have advanced this project.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I think like many people, I think the liability finding was pretty good in Google search, but the remedies finding wasn't that great. I think this framework that I'm advocating for could apply as a question of abuse or liability, but it could also apply in discussions around remedies. So if we say that what needs to be improved in Google search is the remedies phase, then, we'd ask questions instead around, our motivating frame for remedies in Google search might be, what are the set of capabilities that search engine providers need to have access to be able to innovate as search engines. And I think some of that discussion came up in Google search. Okay, so search engine providers need access to data. They need this long tail of unique queries. And that's definitely something that came up. But maybe you'd bring more of this flavor into how search engine innovators need access to distribution. And distribution might be something that's a capability that innovators need to start gaining traction. So yeah, I think it's a really interesting question. I don't know if I did a good job in 45 seconds, but thank you.
I think we can fit one more in, right? Do any of the hands up have a question for Frederick, since Caden has gotten a lot of the love? If not, I'm going to claim moderator's prerogative and ask Frederick another question. All right. I'm going to claim a prerogative and ask Frederick a somewhat similar question to what I asked Caden, which certainly reflects my own biases here. I really like the language in your paper that describes the measure of effectiveness of competition law interventions as whether the competitive process can operate undisturbedly. And then you then look into sort of traditional ways of evaluating that, network effects, economies of scale, and so forth. When I think about AI, I think about what's needed to compete in AI. You need access to chips. You need access to storage, to cloud infrastructure. You need access to researchers and talent. You need distribution access. You need a whole host of other things. Do you think we have a rich enough sort of understanding of how the competitive process operates undisturbedly in the AI context to reflect all of these elements? Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure, of course. And I think that's a valid point, and you should consider these factors because they're quite special for AI. And I didn't mean to neglect them, because they are the driving factors in order to be successful in AI markets. But I think when you consider the risk of tipping of markets, so after you established your business model, then the traditional factors like economies of scale, scope, and also network effects are also important in AI markets, because only then you can engage in tipping strategies or, for example, engaging in platform development, because this requires using your network effects in adjacent markets. And therefore, I think the interconnectedness of traditional factors and the special factors of AI competition, so access to data, personnel, and compute, are quite important to look how they will develop and how they work together. And I think in order to be successful, you have to have both. So preferential access, for example, to data, but also, for example, building your business model in a way that you can use with network effects or more traditional factors of power in the digital economy. So this is probably going to be interesting how the business models in this regard will develop in the future.
Thank you very much. And can we thank the speakers again, please?
Thanks so much. We're going to take a quick break so folks can grab
to see you. No need to apologize at all, yeah. We're going to get rolling. Can folks hear me? My goal is to be loud enough to wake you up on a Friday afternoon, because yes, let's light this sucker up. Okay, this is the audience participation portion of the program. So what I want folks to do is I want folks to stretch up. Everyone stand up, come on. Put your arms in the air, out, sit down, let's get rolling, okay? This only works if you participate, okay? So Fiona reached out and said, hey, I have an idea for an interactive keynote. And I said, thank God, I've been waiting my whole life for an interactive keynote. And I hope this works because I'd love to do it again. Conferences are great, but it's a lot of people talking at each other. The purpose of this session is to talk to each other, right? And so we're going to do a little bit of background. I'm going to kind of walk you through a little bit of antitrust history just to set the framework. I promise it's not going to be too jargony. I promise it's not going to be too legalistic. And then we're going to test it out together, right? We're going to pick some examples, not giving legal advice. I'm not taking positions. I just want people to start thinking about things in the way that reflect reality. And here's why. When I first got into office at the Antitrust Division, I set out along with our team, a pretty aggressive and ambitious agenda to revive monopolization, to revive unilateral conduct, to address monopolies. There just wasn't enough of that happening. When I was nominated, the day I was nominated to be Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division. So now think about this. United States Department of Justice, we're the lead antitrust enforcer for the country. We police a $29 trillion economy in all aspects, from healthcare to technology and everything in between. Guesses, how many civil antitrust cases were filed the day I was nominated? One. See, one. Think about that for a second. One case, right? Why? Was it because there were no antitrust violations? No, right? It's because we were looking at it the wrong way. We were looking in the wrong places, and we were looking using the wrong tools. And a lot of the problems were hiding in plain sight. And so I said, you know what? That's a problem. We're going to enforce the law in a pragmatic but effective way. And what I heard was, can't do that. I said, why? And the reason was Trinco. The reason was the courts are never going to listen to you. You might be really ambitious, but you're going to go to the courts and they're going to shut you down. And I said, I don't think so. I think the problem is not the courts. I think the problem is the people going to the courts, what they're saying, the cases they're bringing, the law they're relying on. And Trinco, if folks know here, Trinco, it's a Supreme Court case. The problem with Trinco, it's not a great decision. I don't agree with it, but it's not the boogeyman that everyone made it out to be, right? Trinco, the problem with Trinco was not just the decision, it's what came after it. The lack of cases testing the boundaries of Trinco. Because the truth of the matter is, when you start testing the boundaries of Trinco, it's not quite as broad as you might think. So what I want to do is I kind of want to walk through what's happened since, put a little bit of that in context for the law, and then I want to talk about the approach as it existed the day I showed up, and then I want to give you a little bit of a window into how we approach antitrust enforcement, and then I want to take that approach together. You have some boards up here and see if we can apply it just for fun. Okay? Does that make sense? Everyone with me? All right. Okay. So we're going to start with what I like to think of as monopolization in three-part harmony. There are three critical appellate court cases in the United States that take Trinco and take the arguments that I confronted when people said that the law was not in your favor, test those arguments, and see where they lead. And there are three cases. All three of these were decided by appellate courts, and all three were appealed to the Supreme Court, and cert was denied, meaning that these are really good cases with precedential value. Make sense? All right. So the three are Via Media, which started before I showed up. It was, though, I guess, on appeal as I was showing up, and the court denied cert. Chase Manufacturing, case at the same circuit as those who follow at home. Novell, which was a very difficult decision for antitrust, one where we as the Justice Department weighed in, got a really good result in as an amicus. And then Duke Energy, which was the basis in many respects for the Google ad tech case in the Fourth Circuit, also recently appealed to the Supreme Court, cert denied. This case is good law. Okay. So Via Media, we're not going to walk through because this isn't a law school class. Although if anyone's interested in a law school class, I teach that now. I'm happy to have you. Come see me after. I want to talk a little bit about some of the conclusions in that case, that this was the first case in real memory, appellate decision, that said maybe Trinco is not quite as broad as we think. So Comcast, who was the defendant in that case, I'm going to read here, took the position that after the Supreme Court's decision in Trinco, that any antitrust claim based on a duty to deal with rivals bit the dust. Okay? So if it required a private company to deal with somebody else, no matter what, they're saying it's illegal. Does that sound broad? You know what? I won't specify, but I remember approaching an antitrust agency about a very, an antitrust monopolization concern in the mid-2010s. And I was told this. I was told, we can't intervene. We think you're right, but the law won't let us because after Trinco, they have no duty to deal. And any duty to deal case is dead on arrival. This was the prevailing view of the antitrust agencies 10 years ago. Court in Via Media said, not so sure that's right. Someone finally brought that argument to the court and said, I'm not so sure you're right. Said we must reject the argument about what the law should be. Trinco itself said just the opposite. Not that it bit the dust. It said, under certain circumstances, a refusal to cooperate with rivals can constitute anti-competitive conduct and violate Section 2. Okay? And then it points to Aspen Skiing, which Trinco recognized was still good law. Okay? So now we have a situation where duty to deal is not dead on arrival. And this gets really interesting. The court said that if you look at Aspen Skiing, which was the prevailing case on duty to deal, it gave you a whole list, non-exhaustive, of conduct that could be illegal under the antitrust laws, even after Trinco. Long-term business relationship that created a joint offering, right? Now it sounds like it was in your economic interest. Relationship that existed in the absence of a statutory duty to deal. So someone actually made the decision to deal with somebody else. It's no longer a duty to deal. You've already decided you want to deal. And once you deal, now all of a sudden different obligations attach. Presumed prior relationship was mutually advantageous, sudden course of reversal, reversal came at a monetary loss to the defendant, refusal to sell at retail price, you sold that retail price to somebody else. You can see the list here, unhappy customers, discouraged customers from doing business with rivals, defendant continued to deal with other ones who were similarly situated, and exclusionary conduct was only aimed at the competitor in the market, not everyone else. What it was saying is, let's forget all these narrow boxes and categories. Instead, what it's saying is, you know what? There are different criteria. There are different indicia that help us understand whether the company was behaving in a bad way or for good reasons. And these are just examples of things that you can use that are market specific to understand that, okay? Then it went to cite Novell, 10th Circuit, in support of its argument that factual dispute regarding the existence of pro-competitive justification is appropriate for resolution on the pleadings. Now, this one really got to me, okay? I heard this, that as a matter of law, right, a court can sit there on a motion to dismiss and say that the facts are not sufficient. There's not a offsetting, you didn't address the offsetting pro-competitive justification, and it essentially requires an element of fact. How is that possible? Are there any law professors in the audience? And I'm looking at one over there. Okay, professor, tell me what's wrong with this argument. Explain to folks who are not U.S. lawyers what this means and why when you consider facts is important.
So if facts are very contentious, that's exactly what is settle a trial. That's why we have a trial with a judge or we have a jury listening to try to understand what are the key facts and then decide connecting with the law. So if there's basically, a big question like, there's a pro-competitive justification, that's something that the trial will settle, but the motion basically takes you out of trial and the judge can say, as a matter of law, I could just ignore the factual dispute and decide this without even going for the trial or the jury.
Antitrust cases are supposed to be decided by judges and juries, right? And if you plead the facts, the judge and the jury is supposed to assess whose facts are right and whose facts are wrong. But what was happening in antitrust is the judges were saying, you know what? Forget the jury, forget the facts, forget the trial. I'm just going to decide what I think the facts should be. That's not the way the system works. And you can see here, the Seventh Circuit saying, Comcast proposes that if a defendant merely postulates a valid business purpose, apparently including any purpose, that they dream up, regardless of feasibility or value, that it ends the inquiry and there's no balancing. And the court said, no, that's not right. My job is not to, the job of the judge on a motion to dismiss isn't to do the balancing before trial. It's not to make that decision. The job of a judge is to determine whether the complaint satisfies the law. And then if there are facts that are needed to make that determination under the law, you go to trial and you get the facts. So the court said, however formulated, this argument is wrong, right? You have to balance. This idea that you just have to postulate any pro-competitive justification and the analysis is over is wrong. Got it? Court said quite here, thus balancing anti-competitive effects against hypothesized justification depends on evidence, right? And is not amenable to resolution on the pleadings. Well, how do you get evidence in an antitrust case? Anyone know? Discovery, trial, that's what trials are for. And so if a court's going to shut down a case based on, without having seen the evidence, they're not doing their job under the law. And the Seventh Circuit said that, and the Seventh Circuit said that the argument that I heard when I went to the antitrust agencies 10 years ago and said, we could never survive a motion to dismiss. We can never survive under the Trinco decision, was wrong. And had they tried, they would have heard exactly what they heard here from the Seventh Circuit. Chase Manufacturing, 2023. This is really important, right? Little boxes, right? There's an old song, little boxes. All right. The antitrust lawyers 10 years ago were fond of putting everything in a little box. It's time, it's exclusive dealing. Okay, you can do that. Those are real. But is everything time? Is everything exclusive dealing? Is everything a refusal to deal? No. Business is more complicated than that. So let's let the law actually map real business realities. And so great quote here, it's throughout the law. Anti-competitive conduct comes in too many forms and shapes to permit a comprehensive taxonomy. You gotta look at the facts, you gotta call it as you see it. Gotta be real. The district court concluded otherwise, barring the standard from refusal to deal with rivals, case law concluding that it failed to meet that standard. This was another thing that really got to me. By the time I stepped into office, every single monopolization case was being reduced to a refusal to deal in Trinco. It was taking one narrow category of law and saying it applied to the whole damn statute. It's wrong. Refusal to deal is one kind of label, but the courts have clearly said, just like the range of pro-competitive conduct is too myriad to mention, the same thing holds true for anti-competitive conduct. And so this I'm quite proud of. We submitted a brief saying, you know what? Even a refusal to deal, like Trinco, that's a refusal to deal with rivals. The facts in this case involving Chase Manufacturing was a refusal to deal with customers. Saying, we're not going to deal with you if you deal with a rival. And we wrote a brief that said the refusal to deal law from Trinco and even Aspen Skiing applies to refusal to deal with rivals. This is an important legal distinction if there's a refusal to deal with customers or someone else. And the court agreed. As I said, we all agree, the United States, along with the parties, argued that there was the wrong legal standard, and they agreed. And they've never extended refusal to deal with rivals analysis outside the situation, nor have we mandated analyzing Section 2 exclusionary conduct under any solitary framework. See where I'm going here, right? You got to open your minds a little bit. Let's focus on business realities. Indeed, as the United States points out, a refusal to deal with framework applies to narrow situations, often remedied by monopolists sharing their technology with rivals. So Via Media says, hey, a refusal to deal with rivals can be an antitrust violation. And it gave us a whole list of stuff that, are just examples of instances where that might be a problem. And then Chase Manufacturing says, that's true, but that only applies to a narrow set of cases. A refusal to deal with rivals isn't limited by Trinco. It's not limited by this doctrinal view of refusals to deal. Okay, let's go to the third voice in our three-part harmony for antitrust, Duke Energy, which is my favorite of all. So Duke maintains that the plaintiff here cannot string together a series of acts, all lawful themselves, under relevant facts, and claim that the whole is more than the sum of its parts. Okay. So I want to give you an example that I use with my students. Let's say you have two service stations in a rural area, right? They're the only competitors. You have incumbent service station with 99% of the market, and then you've got this new small service station rival. And every morning, the incumbent, the dominant player, gets up in the morning before anyone wakes up, sneaks over, and then one day it shuts off the water to the rival. Then the next day, it puts a lock on the door so they have trouble getting in. And the next day they unplug the power. And then another day, they take the air out of the tires of the tow truck so that you can't go pick up a car. And each day is a little something, right? And that happens every day for a year. Do you think it is the right thing to take each of those acts and say, well, if taking the air out of tires isn't an antitrust violation, then the whole claim fails? Does that make sense? Does anyone think that makes sense? Of course it doesn't make sense. It defies reality. It asks you to overlook facts that are right before you. But that's exactly what defendants were arguing to courts. That's exactly what Duke Energy argued here. It said that each act, if it's illegal on its own, needs to be disaggregated and viewed on its own. And in fact, two law professors of great notoriety, both ends of the political ideological, they view themselves on ideological continuum, wrote something like that in a Supreme Court brief on this case, asking them to make that the law. Supreme Court said, no, we're not going to take cert, right? And it makes a lot of sense here. It's foundational, this is a quote, that alleged anti-competitive conduct must be considered as a whole. When a court is faced with allegations of complex or atypical exclusionary campaign, the individual components of which do not fit neatly within pre-established categories, its application of such conduct tests would prove to be too rigid. Thus, when a plaintiff alleges a scheme or a course of conduct was anti-competitive, the scheme or conduct must be considered as alleged and not in manufactured subcategories. So what we're seeing here is you shouldn't take stuff that is logically together and separate it, right? The whole speaks a lot more than the sum of its parts. And so just so you don't think that this is some radical, new age antitrust craziness, right? This is not going off the reservation, Duke Energy. Duke Energy is OG, right? Oliver Wendell Holmes in 1905, right? 15 years after the Sherman Act was authored, right? And the interpretation and the intent of the Sherman Act was fresh in the minds, people on the court. Justice Holmes said, it's right here in bold, my emphasis. It is suggested that several acts charged are lawful and that intent can make no difference. But they are bound together as parts of a single plan. The plan may make the whole part, the parts unlawful. You gotta look at stuff in context. You gotta look at market realities. And so you take via media, right? It says refusals to deal can be illegal. You take Chase Manufacturing, and it said not every refusal to deal with a rival is treated the same way as a refusal to deal with someone else, right? And then you take Duke Energy and say, well, let's look at the whole plan and get out of these tiny little boxes and subcategories. Now all of a sudden, you have a doctrine that can work. And that was what we brought to the DOJ. So let's figure out how we actually put this in practice, and then we're going to get into our interactive portion. So I like to think of it as a tale of two approaches. This is not a trick question. It's a trick question. Where do you start in any antitrust analysis? It's okay to, someone help me, yeah. Relevant market, and then what do you do? And then what do you, after relevant? Okay, relevant, right? If you ask 100 antitrust lawyers, 99 are gonna tell you, you start with the relevant market, you define the relevant market. I call this the monopolization for, no offense taken, for unsophisticated people who don't live in the real world. You define a market, you calculate a market share, and then you figure out which category the conduct is in. Is it tying? Is it an exclusive deal? Is it a refusal to deal, predatory pricing? Then you figure out the effects. You calculate those effects. You figure out if there's a pro-competitive justification, and boom, you just painted by numbers, and you have an antitrust analysis. Yes. Tell me what you think about this. Let's get some answers. I hear, yes, sir. You look for the story and the problem. Great. Other reactions to this approach, which is, by the way, had been the prevailing approach. Go ahead.
So that the market narrows down, and it doesn't make any sense, especially when you think about, for example, the role of data, flowing through these ecosystems. It's not reality. It's not based on reality, in my opinion.
I think motivation is super important. You're going to try and figure out why a company is buying another company. What's the merger really about. It could be, sometimes it's just, a tax play or a finance play, and that's all it is.
But tell me why this approach here doesn't help with that.
You tell me, sir. I don't know. This is what
Other thoughts?
I mean, it just seems to me that this is not how you do it, because we don't just go pick markets for things. I wouldn't just go, I wonder what carrots are like today. And then I go through the carrot, look at carrots, and then calculate shares. I mean, you have to start somewhere, which means you have to identify a problem. So if this is what you're saying you're doing, it can't possibly be actually what's inside your head. And probably you should be clear about that.
It's because if you believe in behavioral economics, which I believe everybody here does, this is not how people actually decide things, including in the courtroom and including from the bench.
Good. Okay. For those antitrust law professors in the room, and I'm looking at one I can see right here, is this the way that things have been done?
I think yes, actually. I think it's pretty narrow, and I think you should start looking at the harm and the market effects and then rebuilding the case up rather than top down.
Doesn't have to be this way. Yeah.
What I would say is that what lawyers, including at DOJ, when it was robust enforcing antitrust laws, the problem has often been that they look for what the problem is in the legal framework, when they should be looking at what is the problem in the real world and what is the remedy. Not is what is the case that I can bring, what is the case that I can win, but what is the outcome that I want? What is, if I want diversification in the search market, how do I achieve that? And then decide what is the case in the market definition that you bring.
Yeah. So the question is, when you start with a narrow question, you're going to get a narrow answer, right? And this paint by numbers approach, it's not necessarily wrong, right? You can see aspects of this in the law, but what we're going to talk about is a different way to do that. And so by way of example, we rewrote the merger guidelines in 2023. In the first question, in the previous merger guidelines was, any guesses? What's the market, right? We took a different approach. We said, that's an important question. In fact, legally, we have to answer that question, but it's the wrong first question. The right first question, and we put this in the first paragraph of the new merger guidelines, is how does competition in this market present itself? And will the market harm competition? Right? Sounds obvious. But if the first question is what is the market, or is this horizontal or vertical, then you're already limiting yourself in terms of the answers. You're already limiting yourself in terms of how you're going to find the answer. It's the wrong approach. It's simple, but it's unsophisticated, and it doesn't reflect reality. Yeah.
Well, as well, I was a house lawyer for a couple of years in a company, and for sure, when the business comes to you as a house lawyer, the first question isn't what's the relevant market. In fact, the moment you start talking about relevant market, the business runs away and just you've lost them. I mean, the reality, the first question is always, why are you doing that, right? It's the business rationale for the conduct, for the measure that's contemplated or the new practice. And that's, if the law is supposed to catch the wrong conduct, it has to start at the same point.
I've been practicing for nearly 30 years. I've never heard a company internally or externally talk about markets as vertical or horizontal, ever. It's just not how people talk. So if reality is different, right? And companies talk about reality and competitive reality differently, then why on earth would antitrust agencies or antitrust courts adopt this artificial, rigid terminology? Yeah.
So you're saying that the main question is how does competition work and what's the competitive harm? But then what if the competition is actually is bad for the public, for public welfare, for the public interest? Then is that not an antitrust issue? Because you think about in AI, you've got a lot of competition right now to see who can be like more predictive and manipulative, which ultimately, do we want more competition on surveillance capitalism?
We're gonna unpack that in a second, okay? You're just one step ahead of me here. I wanna go now to a different approach, okay? One that I think, based on some of the cases we just read or learned about, and my experience, I think is a more authentic and effective way to think about monopolization. Okay, my clicker is not clicking. I'm stuck on the unsophisticated. Yeah, can someone click for me? And then this one has a build if I've done it right. We were doing so well.
If we have no regulation of cars and they kill people, our answer isn't let's have more competition in cars. Our answer is let's make seat belts and airbags and brakes and stuff like that. And then we let competition go down to that level of the safe car we've decided as a society is correct.
How are we doing on the slides there? I hope not. I hope not. Can you guys click ahead? All right. I'm going to do it organically. All right, give me 1 second here. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. Thanks. Just so I have my notes here. Okay, so what we're going to do in a moment is we're going to talk about a different approach, a more pragmatic approach that starts with realities. And then we're going to talk a little bit about AI, and we're going to try to apply it to a real world example. And so one of the examples that came up and suggested we address is, in the antitrust case against Google, in the remedies, there was all this discussion about AI. And they were like, well, we shouldn't worry about search anymore because AI, and that's going to be sufficient to address Google's harm. What do people think about that? Is that a good decision or a bad decision? Why?
It doesn't do anything about the harmful conduct.
Right, but let's harmful conduct when? The old harmful conduct or the new harmful conduct? Both, right? And so part of what you're doing when you're, and this is really, really important because this goes to the real world issue, is when markets are at an inflection point, that is when the incentive to monopolize a market is greatest, right? That is when you want the disruption from a new competitive alternative to be limited. That is when you want to stop in its tracks the new smaller players from taking on the incumbents. That is when antitrust matters most. And so when you look back at US v. Microsoft, what was happening, right, when the remedies were being decided in 2002-ish timeframe, what was happening in the world then? Any guesses? The internet. It was going to change everything, right? But that was not a reason to forego antitrust enforcement, which Microsoft argued at the time. It was a reason to make sure that the remedies were forward-looking. And in fact, the court went out of its way to make sure those remedies were indeed forward-looking, because the disruption of the internet, in order to achieve its full effect, had to ultimately be free from using anti-competitive behavior. So the power in that case that Microsoft had accumulated illegally as part of its monopolization that was termed to be problematic was wanted to make sure it wasn't used to squash this new impending. So let's talk about, and let's not look at the unsophisticated approach. Let's talk about what I like to think of. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Monopolization for unsophisticated. I think PowerPoint is for unsophisticated people who don't live in the real world. All right, let's talk about monopolization for sophisticated people who live in the real world, okay? First question that we ask, oh, here we go. All right. What is the source of power? So let's take our example, right? In AI, in search and advertising, what's the source of power? Data.
Network effects.
Distribution. Network effects. What's that? What kind of inputs? Chips. Okay. Algos. Talent. Okay. So when you're thinking about antitrust, are you thinking about power? Is antitrust about power? Okay. So wouldn't the right place to start in an antitrust analysis be focusing on the source of power? Right? Okay. That seems like a fair first question. Okay, and so let's say you're dealing with this search example because it's been litigated in the public, so we can talk about it. Well, if they have data, they have users, and they have distribution, and they have infrastructure and algorithms and talent, that's power. Are those barriers to entry? Well, if that's the source of power, and that is the only reason someone's more powerful, maybe that's not an antitrust violation. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But the market realities are, if you want market to be competitive, what is the source of power, right? And this was always a big issue because when I was at the antitrust division, the staff would often talk about, people would often come in and say, well, it's not about the source of power, it's about a different market, where they're leveraging from search into AI or whatever it might be. But let's start with the question about what's the source of power and make sure we address that. What makes that source of power durable? Data, distribution, network effects, chips, algorithms, talent, what else? What makes it durable? What makes it so that that source of power can't be unwound? Contracts, IP, flywheel, money, IP, contracts. Okay, so these are things that make that power durable, right? And so what are you concerned about? Well, in antitrust, you're concerned about if a company has too much power. If that power is durable, it has a moat around it, whether you're bringing an antitrust case or you're focusing on a remedy, this is where you want to look. Next question, is it cumulative? What does this mean? Any guesses? Think about Duke Energy. Yes, right? So now you have to say, okay, well, what is the cause of that source of power? Is it something that, was just one act? Or is that power acquired and maintained over a long period of conduct? So it might be a whack-a-mole, right? If you play whack-a-mole, anyone know whack-a-mole, the game? Right? Is each gopher its own, or each mole its own game? No, the whole game, each mole, each hole makes up the entire game, right? And so you have to look at all the different conduct in its totality and the cumulative effect, right? And so if someone wants to compete, they need to accumulate all of these things, and they need all of that, and they need it for a really long period of time. That make sense? Okay. This is the fun part. So what are the economics of the industry? CapEx. Explain to me the relevance of CapEx. Capital expenditures. This is money. What do you need money for in AI? Why is it so expensive? Data centers. Data centers, distribution. Okay, keep going. Talent, be very expensive. Legal risk. Keep going. Starts to look a lot like this, doesn't it? Okay. And so now if you want to light up a new foundation model in your garage, is that something you can do? You want to light up a new search engine in your garage, is that something you could do? The barriers to entry are really high. But how do markets value this, right? Like, so are markets solely based on profit maximization? Yes or no? Is it? I don't think it is necessarily. So there are a lot of antitrust cases that say we should assume that companies maximize profits for the short term. Short-term profit. I did. Sneaky that way. Is short-term profit maximization the goal of every company? No. What is the goal of every company? Is it profit maximization or is it something else? Not power. What is the goal of every company? Whoa, 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 whoa. Raise your hands. Irreplaceable? Not. What's the goal of every company? Shareholder value. Valuation. No, it's not the same thing as profits, right? Because if profits were correlated to value, I think the market would be weighted very differently. We'll talk about that. Take a look at Tesla. Take a look at Palantir, right? Are they correlated to profits? It's expected returns, right? It's a very different, exactly. And so companies and markets are based on multiples. They're based on shareholder value. And so if you're in an arms race, right? And the market says, well, if I lose money for 10 years, but nobody else is left, then I'm going to bake that into the value, right? Again, this is what motivates company. Cross-subsidization. We saw this in search and in advertising industries. I'll nuke every other market, whether it's in search or video, and I don't have to make any direct money from a user because eventually I'm going to earn it later on from the advertising. And so this, again, I'm not saying these are all legal or illegal. I'm simply saying these are economic realities. And if you want to understand how markets work, and whether there's a problem, you have to understand the realities of how markets function and what drives the economic decision-making of the players. What are the moats? What are the moats in AI? Sticky, okay. CapEx, costs, learning, feedback loops. Keep going. Network effects. Keep going. Talent. Chips. Not the potato kind. Keep going. Learning, I think that's in the feedback loops, learning. Lobbying. Okay, interesting. See a pattern here?
Why would that not be reflected in the market share? So,
Okay, so what you're looking at though is you're trying to.
sorry, you heard the question, right? The whole
Yeah,
question.
yeah. So this is a great question. If you're thinking about AI, right, and this kind of goes back to the whole Microsoft Internet piece, US v. Microsoft Internet piece. At the dawn of a new technology, that's when you have the best opportunity to preserve competition. When a technology is new, right, lots of people want to invest. You can see a sea of new, smaller, disruptive players emerge. That's a wonderful thing. And you want to protect that, right? And so at the same time, that's exactly when the incumbent has the greatest incentive to make it really difficult for the smaller player, to make it really difficult for the disruptor, for the little tech company to have a disruptive effect. And so that's why, in my view, when you're thinking about AI, now is when you want to be mindful of incumbents using their power in one market to make sure that they can reinforce their moats, right? Make it so that in order to compete, you need all this and all this and all this, and raise those barriers to entry and extend that power. This is the, thank you. Thank you.
Power is more about, it appears to the market valuation of the company and the fact that, if the market valuation is 50 times the equity, and even more, actually, some of these companies, this is the intangible asset, which is basically the moat. And that's what actually, the financial market evaluates in a certain way. The ecosystem moat, the barriers to entry. And so it doesn't necessarily appear immediately as a market share in a specific market.
I like the way you look at this, and it's great. But from the viewpoint of, the defendant, could they not just come and say, well, we don't have market power because we only have 10% of the market?
We'll get there. So, right, they can say we don't have 10%. This is why you can't ignore some of the things, the market shares. You can, but what the issue I want to get you to think about is what are the questions we should be asking? Where do we start the analysis? Do we start by asking what the market or market share is? Or do we start by understanding the characteristics of the market to determine whether the power is there, whether the control is there, and whether there's a real chance for rivals to compete? And then you figure out how to apply. Okay? So one of the big mistakes, I think, that is made in antitrust cases and in competition cases abroad is very often an enforcer or court will look at the core monopoly and then figure out if a market's being monopolized outside that core monopoly. Are they leveraging from search into shopping search? And then they define the market as shopping search. Are they leveraging from operating systems into music streaming? Then they define the market as music streaming. Are they leveraging, right? This is the wrong way to do it. If you do that, you're always focusing on the outer rim, small products, and you're never addressing the core of the problem. And so when we were at the antitrust division, we started thinking about how we're going to use our resources. We always started by asking, what is the source of power? What is the core monopoly? How does the conduct reinforce the moat? How do the economics and the realities of the market increase the barriers to entry, the barriers to competition, so that that core monopoly that can be used in lots of different purposes? And that's what you approach. What threatens that source of power and its durability? That's the next question. So if your source of power is data and distribution and algorithms and ad revenue, then if you're a monopolist and you're trying to eliminate those threats, where are you going to focus? Yes, sir.
Talk about power here. Are you thinking about it more broadly than market power?
Yeah. Power. It's power over anything. Right? What makes the incumbent durable? What insulates it from competitive threats? What allows it to exercise its monopoly or project its monopoly in harmful ways? What is the source of its durability? And then what threatens that durability? And then what actions has the company take to address the threats or repel the threats? Does it start to make more sense? So if you want to understand what the source of the power is, you want to understand what protects and reinforces that power, what threatens. And so like if you're thinking about AI in the example that we're talking about, what actions would the company be taking that might repel those threats? So if distribution is a concern in AI and your ability to share your search ad revenue is a source of distribution, and then you're bootstrapping your AI to that, is that repelling a threat? Is that making your monopoly more durable? What do you think? I'm not answering, I want you guys to answer. Yes. Does anyone disagree? So why wouldn't you focus on that if you're thinking about antitrust? Anyone think we should focus narrowly?
Dollars to win that moat in court in exchange for the ROI. That's an easy proposition each and every time.
Okay. But if you were an agency or a judge, what would you do?
You try your best to move it 1 inch at a time, as you were doing.
Okay. But if you use this analysis, you start to say, okay, let's root this in the real world.
Well, I mean, as you pointed out, the initial framing is already defense friendly, right? The framing of market shares, effects. So you're changing the framing.
Game's rigged.
Yes, the game is rigged.
But if you use this framing, the game's not rigged.
It might be a little more plaintiff friendly, whether you want to call that, like rigged, I think is.
No, it shouldn't be friendly to anybody. It should be friendly to the facts. It should be friendly to the market realities. Okay, if they're going to take actions to repel the threats, then how is that those actions obtained or maintain the monopoly? So in the process of doing all this, could those benefits, or let's say, could the things that they've done to repel the power been achieved another way? Right? If you want distribution, do you have to have an exclusive contract? If you want distribution, do you have to require use of the search product in order to get access to the AI? No, you don't. Right? Those can be disassembled, disaggregated. Right? This is the interesting thing. You answer all of these questions this way, you're going to get to the same elements that we had in the old way. You're just going to get there by asking the real questions. You're going to get there by starting with what are the market realities. Then once you've answered all this, then you can say, okay, what are the markets? What are the sources of power? What are the right remedies? So one of the things I would just highly encourage as you think about how to apply the law in this space, how do the precedents like Chase and Duke and Via Media play in a modern economy, right? Start here. Don't start with what's the market? What are the shares? What's the conduct? What's the countervailing reason? You start there, you're going to miss the story. Start with the story. Does anyone think this is the wrong way to approach it? Okay, let's do it.
I think it's certainly superior to the idea of starting with market power. But I do think that you have to start with what is the outcome that you want? What are you trying to achieve? Not just identifying what the problem is, because we as lawyers and economists spend undue amount of time admiring the problem. And when we should be thinking about what do we want this to look like, whatever the situation is, what is the outcome that we want?
So it's an interesting question. I agree and disagree at the same time. In a law enforcement, right, you don't start with what do you want to achieve? Or you do, what you want to achieve in law enforcement is addressing the violations of the law, right? And so if your job is to be an enforcer of the law, you want to make sure that you're addressing the legal violation and holding the wrongdoer accountable. And then you want to make sure that the repercussions for violating the law, one, find accountability or impose accountability, and two, address the harm that has been created by that accountability. One of the things that, and the reason why I'm pushing back a little bit is there was a school of thought for a long time that said, well, the first question you should be is, what is the remedy? And if you can't come up with a good remedy, then you shouldn't bring it. Right? And I don't subscribe to that view. There are remedies for all things but death. What you should do is you should define the problem. You should go through this list, figure out what that problem is, then figure out what the core monopoly is, then address the problem by addressing the core monopoly. Because if everything flows back to the core monopoly, then that tells you where your remedy should be. It's the undoing the core monopoly. Yeah.
Jonathan, can I come in that? Because look, I agree that this is obviously the right approach and seems a fairly standard approach, and maybe you don't start by, exactly where do you want to go? But as an observer of competition policy the last 25 years, we've had a load of decisions in big tech where the liability analysis has been lovely and we've had no remedies. So somehow we have to get remedies earlier into the whole thinking, because otherwise, we have lovely liability decisions and no remedies.
So I will say this, we have had remedies, they just sucked. No, this is my
that's the same point.
This is my point. No, that's because they're addressing the wrong problem. Right? If the source of the power is what results in the ability to engage in anti-competitive behavior, then the remedy has to be to address the source of the power, or else you're never going to have a solution.
Let me try to combine what the two of you are saying. I think that in this list, implicitly is the remedy, because we're talking about a problem. We can't call it a problem unless we know what we think the normal behavior should have been. So you could foreground more the remedy in your way of describing why there's a problem, why there's a moat, what the power is, all that kind of stuff. And that would help with Mike's issue and the comment before.
So
I think it's a question of emphasis and being explicit a little more
Yeah,
often.
let me give you an example, right? So think about the European search case, right? The market was shopping search. Therefore, the remedy was about addressing shopping search, right? And so if you focus on the wrong source of power, it didn't focus on the source of power. It focused on the expression of power in a satellite relevant market that was adjacent to the core. And so therefore the remedy logically focused on it. That's the problem.
About the remedy. So either the remedy has to be the other aspect of the coin of the problem. So you have to identify the problem, and then the remedy, in order to be proportional, should just respond to the problem that you identified in the liability phase, right? So somehow, that identification of the problem locks you in the sense of the types of remedies you can decide, or actually you can basically go and say, well, once I identify the liability, then with whatever theory of harm I have, then I have discretionary remedialism. I can actually decide what it could be the perfect remedy to develop the specific industry in the way I want. Now, I would say that the second option, it's something that it's possible, but under a specific tool like market investigation references, like a new competition tool. I would say that usually courts will be more open to the first option in terms of, liability, antitrust tort-based type of approach. Although, I have to say that we can, there can be some form of, you can actually have some form of
leeway also in the sense of how you identify the problem. For instance, yeah, you mentioned about the shopping case. At the same time, have we identified an ecosystem problem? Then rather than just focusing on a specific market, that will have enabled us at the liability phase, that will have enabled us to frame a better remedy, right?
So yes, I very much agree. I mean, my view is that the remedy should be focused on the source of power and unwinding that source of power, because otherwise it's going to be used over and over and over again. And if you're focused just on narrow expression of power, my concern is that this approach, by the way, the next slide is supposed to say sophisticated, not unsophisticated. But this approach leads to a narrow framing of the problem, which in turn leads to a narrow remedy. And so if you explain the problem in a broad way, and so if you look at our Google ad tech, we didn't file the search case. We inherited it. It was well pled, but it was narrow, right? We did file, and I don't know whether the remedies will end up being good or not, but we did file the ad tech case, which you talked about earlier. We did file the case against Apple. And in both cases, we went out of our way to tell that whole story. We went out of the way to, stopped again. We went out of our way to address that broad list of questions that I presented earlier, so that we could understand what the source of power was. We talked about the ecosystem. We talked about the pattern of behavior from start to finish. We talked about the cumulative effect, so that at least we can give the court the opportunity to unpack the whole thing and have a broader remedy. But if you don't frame the case broadly enough at the beginning, if you don't focus on the source of power, you're never going to have an opportunity to actually have a remedy that is meaningful. Yes, and so on the AI side, let me just say this, and there's some more questions. We have a real opportunity and a real challenge. In terms of AI, we have a new technology like the internet that can democratize and create opportunity. Or we can have incumbents that take that source of power and use it to widen that moat. We have a choice. And I'll go back to the Google example, which was a lot of the conduct that we talked about in our ad tech case and we talked about in our search case could have been addressed 10 years earlier. And it could have been addressed successfully 10 years earlier because the legal theories were just as strong, if not stronger than. And the remedies to address them then would have been a lighter touch, and they would have had a much greater effect. And so the point I would say now is I often hear, well, you should let the markets evolve on their own without any intervention. And then 10 years later, after you do that, you're told, well, the market's moved on, so you shouldn't do anything and let the new thing come in. Well, that leads you to nothing plus nothing equals nothing, right? My point is at the dawn of this new technology, when you have incumbents facing off against disruptive rivals, a little bit of intervention now to address the ability of using that core monopoly to widen that moat go a very long way. I think we have a few questions and then we can wrap. Yes.
So I don't disagree with this approach, but I have a different sort of question. So you put that, why not exclusionary contracts? What's wrong with them and all that? So in the context of AI, I think you would want to see the race to last longer. And my question is, if the race lasts longer, then how it impacts the climate is also a cost, right? So because AI is very much costly on climate. So on the sustainability side, what's your take?
On sustainability,
how long?
I think
how long do you want to see the competition to? How long do you want the race to run, basically?
I think we are going to be in 2 or 3 years. The cost of natural resources is going to be one of the most. I predict it's going to be the equivalent of grocery prices in the 2024 election will be electricity prices in the next presidential election. and the overconsumption and proliferation of data centers and our policies around that will be relevant to that. And it will affect lobbying and all sorts of other issues related to the climate effects. I believe, and I've said this many times, that corporate power results in political power. And if the political power resides with folks who have a very strong incentive not to, who care about abundance of data centers as opposed to clean air or clean water or affordable electricity, then that's what you're going to end up.
But Jonathan, how are you going to change 3 generations of lawyers and 4 generations of judges who write like that? I mean, I think that's actually one of the problems with the remedies decision is that the framing of the way in which it had to come out was already against remedies.
That's why I started with the three-part harmony, right? When I came in, we were told that it's too far gone, that because of Trenko, because of the Supreme Court, because of the institution, you couldn't make a difference. Here we are now in 2026, in 3 cases, plus all the cases we brought, the DOJ and our colleagues at the FTC brought, have changed the landscape. It's not where it needs to be yet, but it's dramatically different on the law today than it was a few years ago. And one of the most influential things for me, and I talked to the division when I got there, was the second edition of the Antitrust Paradox by Robert Bork. And so if you look at the foreword, which I think was around 1991 or 2, Bork says in the foreword that when he wrote the original version in the late 70s, he never in his wildest imagination believed that he'd be sitting here in the early 90s and the law will have turned around the way it has. And so while a lot of the observations and concerns in the book were present in the late 70s, they were no longer there in the early 90s. So antitrust isn't a swift, quick problem. Competition isn't a switch that you can flip on and off at will. It's something you have to invest in, but you can change that over time if you have clarity of purpose and vision. And so here we are just a few years after, with respect to those cases I mentioned and the cases we brought, and it's getting better, right? That's not to suggest we should sit back and be impatient or patient. We should be impatient. We should demand good solutions now. We should demand that Congress do its job. We should demand the commission do its job. We should demand courts do their jobs. But it's only with that forceful advocacy that we're going to get there, which is exactly what happened throughout the 1980s, resulting in the second edition of Bork's book. The book is nonsensical. It doesn't make sense. It's poorly written. It's illogical, and it's inconsistent with conservative judicial ideology. I mean, it essentially says we should avoid the language of Congress, go into obscure legislative history, and then let academics and unelected judges interpret or decide what the law should be based on what they believe is good economics rather than letting Congress make a decision. And so that book was flat out wrong. It was wrong then, it's wrong now. But unless somebody stands up to it, it's going to become the law of the land, and it has been the law of the land. But now we're standing up to it. And when we stand up to it and you actually make good arguments, you can start to realize some change. That's my closing. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
It's my job to just say a few closing remarks. First of all, very, very warm thanks to Jonathan Cantor for coming and leading that extraordinarily fun session on antitrust and AI. It's really very kind of you, Jonathan. We appreciate it. A few final notes. Could you please leave your name tags out on the table outside so they can be reused? Everybody's going to get a thank you email with a short survey. If you would like to participate in that, that would be great. I have a few people to thank. First of all, the hosts who put on this conference, the Knight-Georgetown Institute, and the very amazing Alyssa Cooper. Could everyone please put their hands together for Alyssa? Okay, I cannot imagine a better conference organizer. Also, Princeton University Center for Information Technology, which we appreciate as a co-host, and the Yale Tobin Center, of course. Next, I want to thank our keynote speakers, Jonathan, as I previously mentioned, Julian Wright, who came a very long way to teach us about app stores, Ioannis Lianos, also giving us thought-provoking and cutting-edge material, and to all the speakers and presenters across the various panels that are too many to list. Thank you to the AV team who kept us on YouTube and kept everything running. And the student assistants, Sarah, Archer, Paul, Stacy, Max, Kavil, Arjun, and Elizabeth. I hope I got everybody. And the program committee. And also, of course, thank you to the KGI team who did the hard work of putting on a conference. And that would be, of course, Alyssa, Julianne, Tracy, Scott, Xander, and Nick Jacobson. And Filippo for SAGE conference organizing advice, apparently. And of course, to all attendees out there, virtual and in person, we look forward to seeing you again next year. And thank you very much.